Tour $500,000 guaranteed main event is happening at Texas Card House Spring from Tuesday, November 12th through Monday the 18th. $800 buy-in. Satellites for as low as $120. For more information, visit TexasCardHouse.com. The Poker Atlas Tour is coming to TCH Social Austin, December 3rd through 16th. 15 different tournaments, including the $250,000 stocking stuffer and the $500,000 title event. For full details, structures, and satellite information, visit the Poker Atlas app or TexasCardHouse.com.
All right, we're jumping right into the action here. Aces versus King Queen. RGV Striker flopping top set. This was a 3-bet pot pre-flop. El Nino with a backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. And there's one of those back doors. As now any spade will make him a flush, and looks like he's going all in here. RGV Striker with the snap call. And El Nino is going to need a spade. We can see there's 4 spades left in the deck. RGV Striker raising pre-flop in early position to $27. El Nino 3-betting out of the big blind. And then we started the stream right when the flop came out. So first hand, all-in action here from the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. Welcome, everybody. And we are seeing a $779 pot. Oh, spade on the river. So El Nino cracking the aces of RGV Striker, and he looks pretty excited there. So first hand of the stream, aces cracked, and RGV Striker jumping out of his seat and going to the ATM. El Nino pretty excited there.
Just go runner. Easy game.
So once again, we are just getting started here from Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. We are located in South Texas. We can take a look at everybody's chip stacks, exactly how much they bought in for. So Striker was in for $389, lost it all the first hand, and El Nino found it. And then everybody else has not put anything in the pot, as we have a seat 1. We have El Gallo. He's in for $575. Seat 2, El Nino. Seat 3, we have the Big Spoon. He's in for $393, and action is going to be on. Actually, action is going to be on RGV Striker, but like I said, he jumped up to go to the ATM. Big Spoon is the big blind, and we have Newbie raising it up here to $10. El Gallo with the Queen 10 offsuit. Small raise here, and looks like he is going to put on the 3-bet. So 2 hands in, and second time somebody 3-betted. Like I said on the previous hand, we started the stream right when the flop came out, but I did see the pre-flop action. RGV Striker raised with the aces, and El Nino 3-betted with the king-queen offsuit. And now El Gallo 3-betting with the Queen 10 offsuit. Heads up to a flop we go, $84 in the middle. And it's going to come 3 kings for Newbie. He's going to check it over. El Gallo checks behind. High hands are available, but Newbie's going to lead out pretty big here. There's 2 flush draws on the board. He doesn't have a spade. He doesn't have a diamond. I thought that he might check once again just because of the high hand promo. And the high hand promo is the football square promo. But newbie will take down the second pot. So if players do hit a high hand, they will get a football square. We can see newbie, he was in for $300. He's up $44. Seat 4, we have RGV Striker. It's showing he only has $26, but he did rebuy, so the dealer will let the production crew know that he is added on. That way the stats keep up properly. In seat 5, we got Big Diesel in for $500. Seat 6, T-Rich in for $300. Seat 7, Nuno in for $300. That is the minimum buy-in on the screen table. And seat 8, we got Ruben. He's in for $1,000. He is the big stack. So T-Rich limping here. Calling $3 with his pocket threes. Ruben coming along with the Jack 9 offsuit. El Nino King 5 offsuit. Does have the button, and it is a limp pot, so he's going to limp as well. And we are going 5 ways to a flop, $15 in the middle. Best hand right now is the pocket threes of T-Rich, but he does have a lot of overcards to avoid. And he avoids the 10, but Big Spoon has the 7. And he's going to lead right out with a pot-sized bet. And looks like it's going to take it down. So right now, we do have football square promos going on. And they do have rollovers. So some of these payouts are really, really big. As a matter of fact, for the Thursday night game coming up, you can check Poker Atlas and get the breakdown on there. But the Thursday night game that's coming up, the Washington Commanders and the Philadelphia Eagles, the first quarter square is going to pay $750. The second quarter square is also going to pay $750. The third quarter square paid $750. The final score going to be paying $22.50. So some nice added value there for the players here at the Texas Card House Rio Grande Valley. As Ruben has his suited connector and it's taking it up to 20. Newbie calling with his suited connector, and El Gallo, he's got the real hand, and he should be putting in a 3-bet here. I'm thinking about 100. And it's going to be 75. So El Nino also with suited cards. But this is probably going to be too much for him to call. It's actually El Nino's first time playing on the stream. So it looks like this is going to clear everybody out. We'll see if Newbie wants to take a flop here. And actually, he does have 2 live cards, but obviously he does not know that. So he will make the fold. El Gallo will show. And for the third, 3 out of the 4 hands have been 3-bet thus far. And that 4th hand was a limp pot. It was a 5-way limp pot. So from one extreme to the other, so yes, I have mentioned this before where a lot of times at the beginning of the stream, the players will either play extremely tight or extremely loose in general, just at the beginning of the stream. I know our last stream, I don't know if it was on Wednesday night or Friday night, but every player for like the first 5 hands, they were playing really, really tight. But then they wanted to open up their ranges after that. And that seems to be normally the case. It's 100% random. But for whatever reason, every player on that stream decided to play extra tight. All right, RGV Striker had his aces crack the first hand. He's going to raise it up and got another 3-bet. the 4th 3-bet. So it's going to be one of those games, it appears. And RGV Striker is going to call with his suited queen. So RGV Striker versus Big Diesel.
No Diddy. No Diddy. No doubt. No doubt. There should be a song called No Diddy.
So action's going to be on the 3-better. Big Diesel, he does have the best hand right now, but it is RGV Striker out flopping him with the 6. Probably see, I was going to say, we'll probably see a down bet, but he bets about half pot. RGV Striker hitting a pair. He's not going anywhere. Also has some backdoor draws. Oh, and that's going to be an action card here. It's going to give Big Diesel top pair. It's going to give RGV Striker a flush draw. And it's going to go check, check. And RGV Striker, Big Diesel going to put out 100, which is basically half of RGV Striker's stack. And RGV Striker making the disciplined fold. Figured his opponent had the ace when he got 3-bet, and he was correct. So tomorrow, the Thursday night football game, if you do play here at the Texas Card House RGV and do have a football square, tomorrow's final score is paying $2,200. Then on the Sunday night game, all of the quarters start off at $250, and they do have rollovers. So I'll break down that payout for the players right now. Do have some action in the chat. We are live on the YouTube chat. I do realize we are streaming on multiple platforms. Streaming on the Facebook, streaming on YouTube, streaming on Twitch. A couple of other platforms out there. The only comments I have access to, the only comments that I see, the only comments that I can reply to are on YouTube. So if you're watching on any of those other platforms and are trying to make comments, I do not see them. RGV Striker had aces the first hand, now has kings the 6th hand. The aces did not work out for him last time, and we can see he's getting called by one suited ace and getting called by another suited ace. So I think there's only one ace left in the deck. I don't know if the ace of hearts has been folded. El Nino with,
So 40 more for me?
he was the, I think he was the initial raiser and then got 3-bet, I believe. So we are going 4 ways to a flop, $251 in the middle. And as I said, last week the table started off very timid. This week it is the opposite. We are talking about all gas and no brakes. Pretty good flop for the pocket kings, as it should check and flow to RGV Striker. And RGV Striker pretty much just has one move, and that move is going to be an all-in move. You can see there's $251 in the pot. He has 137, and he is going all in. Don't think anybody can call him, but there is a lot of money in the pot. This is a $1, $3 are the blinds. The minimum buy-in is $300, and Nuno going with it. So Nuno thought that RGV Striker was just making a move since it was checked to him, and he's going to have to get lucky. He does have some backdoor draws, some diamonds. He can go runner, 9-9, but you can see he is only 5% right now. He will increase to probably over 10% once El Nino folds here. I don't think El Nino realized the action was on him or whatever, so the dealer let him know the action's on him. We should be seeing the fold. And we'll see it. There is, the ace of hearts is left. The ace of hearts is still in the deck. Oh, and there it is. The one outer. RGV striker getting his aces cracked on the first hand, and now he gets his kings cracked, and I don't know if he's going to rebuy.
Come back. Your money's welcome here. Baby, come back. He just wanted to get out of the massage.
So Nuno making a very speculative call on the flop with just ace high and hits the case ace. So as I said on the football squares, each quarter pays $250, and then the final quarter, I believe, pays
Hey, bro, you called him with ace nine?
$750,
No, he reads you.
maybe.
He didn't just call. He said, I'm putting the rest.
But on Sunday night's game with the rollovers, the first quarter is paying $750, the second quarter is paying $500, the third quarter is paying $250, and the final score is paying $750. But as I said, tomorrow's the big one. Final score paying $2,250, $2,250. El Gallo with some suited cards. Looks like he's going to be raising it to 15. We go from El Gallo to El Nino.
John Drake, we got a seat, bro.
And Big Diesel putting on the 3-bet. Let's see what T Rich does here with the ace jack of clubs. He's calling in position. This is probably going to bring in El Gallo, as El Gallo is going to be closing the action, and it's only going to be another $25 for him.
Salud. Salud.
And yes, indeed, he does make the call. So everybody with live cards, we got the top 5 cards covered. Got the ace, king, queen, jack, and 10.
3 players to the flop.
And it's going to come jack high. So T-Rich flopping top pair. And it's going to check to T-Rich. Let's see. He does announce a bet of 70.
So we have to see what it is. If somebody's
Big Diesel with a gut shot needing a queen.
I have no.
El Gallo with bottom pair. Does have backdoor spades as well. So El Gallo thinking about it. And it looks like he's going to let it go. He does have a player between to worry about. But Big Diesel is going to make the call, and now we can see the pot's over $264. So Big Diesel needing a king or a queen. And it's going to be an 8. That's going to give him some more outs. So T-Rich moving all in. And Big Diesel making the crying call. He's kind of priced in. He had a gut shot on the flop, picked up a open ender on the turn, so his hand improved, and now he is going with it. I don't know if they're going to run it once or twice. That is what they're discussing. RGV Striker did not rebuy. Somebody is taking his seat, and we will see who that is here in just a bit. Let's see if they're going once or twice. The dealer will let us know. They are going one time. And T-Rich is going to hold. Very scary river as the flush got there and the straight got there. But T-Rich with the early double on. So T-Rich is normally here on Friday nights with his wife. They both come and play the free roll. But tonight, showed up by himself to play some cash game and gets the double up early on here as we are 8 hands in. As a matter of fact, he is the biggest winner thus far. Obviously, we do have a long ways to go. These players started playing at 5:55 So the stream will last 4 hours,
No Adam.
which will take us to 9:55. So RGV Striker, you can see all the way down there on the far right, he was still listed, but now they are removing his name and putting in the new player. And it looks like the new player has about 900, maybe 1,000. And just, yeah, he has just over 1,000. That's going to be Nick in seat 4. And we have our first straddle of the night. Kind of a little surprising on all the action that we've seen. None of these pots have been straddled. Action's going to be on Ruben right away, as he does have the King 9 of diamonds. He does make the call. It is an $8 straddle. Oh, Nick with some suited cards here. Ace 3 of spades just makes the call. And Big Diesel with the Chalktown Nuts. Jack Deuce. We do have a little lag. Should clear up. Yeah, so it is not your, it's not your connection, it is our connection. We do have a little lag here. It should be clearing up. Every once in a while it does happen on the stream, but it usually clears itself up. So we are going 4 ways to a flop, and Nick flopping top pair. Yes, I do realize the still a little frozen there, but we're still able to keep track of the flop. We do apologize for this lag. We'll let him play out the hand and see if it clears up here. But the card reader is still working, and we can see what the flop is and who's ahead right now. Nick's still out in front with his ace. Also has a flush draw now that the deuce has come. Let's see if I can get the chat up here. Okay, so while this is, after this hand, I will check the chat comments, and the chat comments can be put up on the screen because nobody likes to watch a frozen screen unless if your name is Elsa. So it does show the check mark for Nick. That doesn't necessarily mean that he won the hand, because Big Diesel could bet him out of the hand. No, Nick is betting 100 on the river, so this should get a fold from Big Diesel. Big Diesel only has $143 left in his stack, so he can't even go all in with a bluff because it's only $43 more to call. And we can see Nick does win the pot. So Nick does win the pot, and let us see here with the chats. Yeah, and seat 5, Big Diesel is going to be added on. So Big Diesel lost the hand. He actually called the $100 on the river. Called the $100 on the river. Left him with only $43. So I will go to the comments right after they take care of the rebuy.
big blind will. 700 behind, seat 5. 700 behind.
Yeah, man, I haven't had a crunch bar in a very long time.
We have a $10 button straddle.
How much we got?
700. We have a $10 button straddle with the action starts to smoke into play.
70? Anybody else? Actually, I have to go pick up some food. And then
One second, Mike.
Yeah, but I'm gonna go pick up some food right now. Like, I'm gonna go out for food. I don't want to drink before I go. Thank you.
All right, so the production crew is working on it, but you can see the action tracker still works. The action tracker still works. But more importantly, the comments still work. So let's see what we got in the chat. Looks like we got a T-Rich fan. Samantha saying, go T-Rich. Somebody not a fan of America's Card Room. We have a Striker fan, but he's probably going to be disappointed because Striker's already done. Looks like we got another T-Rich fan. And then Abo saying what everybody's thinking, boo. As I said, we do have audio and the action tracker is working, but I think one of the cameras froze up. Pretty sure they'll be able to fix it. The only issue or problem is, since we're on a 15-minute delay, all of this action happened 15 minutes ago. So if everything gets corrected right now, then chances are it will not get corrected on the stream for another 15 minutes. So they are working on the issue, like I said. The action tracker does work. We can see there is a hand between El Gallo and Newbie here, with Newbie with the 6s and El Gallo with the ace-jack. And El Gallo is going to bet the turn and win the pot. So yes, we are aware that one of the, I believe it's one of the cameras froze up, but everything else is working. As far as the audio is working and the action tracker is working. So dealer's shuffling the cards right now. And once again, we are working on the problem. As soon as they tell me what the problem is, I will tell you what the problem is. So El Gallo, he's in seat 1, 7-3 of clubs. He's going to let it go, followed by El Nino. El Nino calling with the 9-5, must be a fan of Dolly Parton. Action on seat 6 there. T-Rich, Queen-Jack offsuit, makes the call. Nuno with the fold. Ruben making the call from the cutoff. That's what the CO means. And it looks like we have a button straddle. So there was a $10 button straddle from Newbie. He's going to check his option. And T-Rich is going to flop open-ended. Ruben going to be flopping middle pair. And action is on El Nino. T-Rich checking his open-ender. Let's see if Ruben bets his middle pair, and he does, $25. T-Rich should be calling at least one time, and he does just that. So we're going heads up to a turn, open-ender versus middle pair. Ruben still with the lead with the 10. You can see T-Rich, basically all the outs are available with the exception of one. The 9 of hearts has been folded. All the other outs are available for him. And Ruben's going to make him pay $50 to see the river. Let's see what T-Rich does. No, T-Rich does fold. So we are doing the stream, but it is turned out to be more of a radio play-by-play.
Well, that one, and then over here they got there's an NBA game starting at 6:30.
You can see pretty much 4 players all up about $300 a piece.
Oh yeah, college basketball. Who's playing?
We have an $8 button straddle. Action
I won't watch
starts.
any of that.
So El Gallo put it on an $8 button straddle. He's in seat 1. El Nino in seat 2. The action starts to the left of the straddle. So action is on the small blind. El Nino has $1 in. Needs to put out 7 more if he wants to call.
My sleeper is Detroit University.
El Nino calls.
You know what?
Got the big spoon also making the call. Oh, and Nick with the queens. Just making it 18. A tiny raise here with the queens. Big Diesel making the call with the 3s. T-Rich getting out of the way. Nuno makes the fold. Ruben calling with the king-queen. Newbie gets out of the way. Oh, and El Gallo with 10s might be putting on the 3-bet here. And yes, indeed, he does. Makes it 75. So he has started the hand with over 700 in his stack. Nick has over 1,300 in his stack. So let's see if Nick puts in the 4-bet here. I think he should be, just because there's too many people in this pot. Kind of want to get rid of some of them. So Nick is thinking on whether or not to put in the 4-bet, and like I said, I think he should. No, he just makes the call, and this is probably going to bring Big Diesel in, and it might even bring Ruben in.
The 3 most willing players at the table, literally.
And yes, indeed, it does bring it does bring Ruben in. So we're going 4 ways to a flop of over $300 in the middle.
Keep going in this direction. Build my pots.
And it's going to come king high. So Ruben gets there right on the flop, which is one of the reasons why I thought Nick should have 4-bet with his hand, just to clear out some of the players behind him. And it's going to go check all the way around to El Gallo. I don't think El Gallo should be betting here. And it does go check around. The clubs get there, so Ruben improves his hand even more. Now he picks up a flush draw to go with his top pair. And he's going to bet $250. And this should get the job done. So I have been told that the problem did get corrected. The problem is corrected. That's the good news. The bad news is we will not see it on stream for another 15 minutes. So we're about 34 minutes into the stream. So it's not going to clear up to about the 49-minute mark. But it does get fixed. It does get corrected. And since we're on that 15-minute delay, this is one of the issues or problems with it, that anytime there is a problem on the stream, that it does take 15 minutes to get corrected. And in the meantime, we will continue on with the radio play-by-play. So audio working, action tracker working, just not the visual, and that will be corrected in less than 15 minutes.
Oh, sorry guys. One more thing I forgot to say is it is a little tournament style since the system runs everybody, you are gonna have to be like even right here, you're gonna be close to your big blind.
Rattles.
Right, we have yes, under the gun 6 per hour. We have a $6 under the gun strap for $6 knife strap.
So once again, if you are just now tuning in, the visual is not working, but the audio is, and the visual does get corrected here in less than 15 minutes. So this is pretty much a radio play-by-play of the poker action, as we do have audio, and the action tracker is working, which lets us know exactly what's going on. Newbie just calling with the jacks. Such a newbie play. And looks like El Nino going to raise it up to 22. Nick making the call out of the big blind. Big Diesel coming along with the King 9. And does Newbie put in the back raise here? Yes, indeed he does. Makes it 101. And that leaves himself about 220 behind. Oh, and Nino calling. What does Nick do with his ace? If Nick calls, then Big Diesel's calling. So Nick with queens the previous hand. I feel like he misplayed them. But he's going to fold the ace here, and Big Diesel makes the call. So this pot over $300. Newbie pretty much just has one move here, as he has less than a pot-sized bet left. Oh, and it's going to come ace high. So Nick making the fold with the ace. And, of course, the ace comes right on the flop, and looks like it's going to go check around. Looks like we do have some comments. Yeah, so we do have some comments here that we can see. Oh, Big Diesel representing here. Actually, a pretty good play by Big Diesel, as he thinks that if Newbie has an ace, he would have bet the ace on the flop. So now he is representing the ace. Weird spot for Newbie. He doesn't have any diamonds in his hand, so if Newbie puts him on diamonds, then Newbie will go with it. But really hard to go all in here when there's an ace on the board and you have two jacks in your hand. Newbie still thinking about it. The other thing going against Newbie is there's another player in this hand still left to act. So a lot of things you got to factor in. I think Newbie's going to fold. No, he makes the call. And that pretty much puts him all in. The only question is, does Big Diesel put out 45 on the river to put him all in? There is a king left in the deck. There's one king left in the deck. And Big Diesel's going to have to hit it. All right, let's see what the river is. And the river's a diamond, so the flush does get there. And pretty much Newbie's calling anything. And there's the call.
Oh, I have nothing. Yeah.
So Big Diesel announcing king high, and Newbie will show his jacks. So pretty big pot there going to Newbie. Like I said, he had the jacks. Made the call on the turn when Big Diesel pretty much put him all in, and then Big Diesel put out the $45 on the river to actually put him all in, and once he called the turn, he called on the river. So I know the comments are coming out on my screen. Let's see if the comments are coming out on your screen.
Unlike the character.
Yeah, so Logan commented, will give us your good play-by-play comments. And that's what I'm doing, the play-by-play.
Because of fucking the new DEI policy, bro. Fucking, we needed some dark people in this game.
So the visuals gonna get corrected in less than 10 minutes. The cameras will get corrected in 10 minutes, but we do have audio, and more important, we do have the action tracker. So the dealer dealing out the cards right now, and action's gonna be on T-Rich. T-Rich is under the gun. He does make the fold. Under the gun +1, Nuno also making the fold. Ruben getting out of the way. Folded all the way around to seat 1. El Gallo with the 8-5 offsuit. He makes the fold. But El Nino making the call with the 7-4 of diamonds. Big Spoon on the button makes the call. Nick with the suited jack with a small raise here. So Nick making a small raise earlier with the queens, and now making a small raise with the jack 7 of clubs. And everybody's going to call him, so we're going 4 ways to a flop. And the flop's going to come 9 high. So Big Diesel with the queen 3, hidden the 3, and is now going to bet 15. Gut shot straight draw for El Nino. He makes the call. Big Spoon gets out of the way, and Nick, your pre-flop raiser, is going to make the call. King coming on the turn. Let's see if that slows down the action. Hey, there we go. Nope, I thought it was fixed. So, I think what is happening, and obviously I'm not on the production side, but I think they are resetting each camera individually, and that's why we were able to see one of the cameras work. Oh, and there's the straight for El Nino, and pretty much called all the way to hit a straight, so he should be betting here. You can see it's $150 in the pot, and Big Diesel checking on the river, and El Nino putting out a pretty big bet here. Let's see how much it is. He bet 75.70, so pretty much a pot-sized bet. An immediate fold from Big Diesel. And we're probably about another 5 or 6 minutes away from the cameras getting corrected.
Brush, table 9.
So Logan listening, we do appreciate it. I do have access to the comments on YouTube. And as I said, the cameras will be working shortly. We do appreciate for everybody who's sticking with us during this little technical difficulties.
We have a $10 button straddle.
$10 button straddle being put on by Nick. So we can see Nick in the white shirt there. Big Diesel folding. T-Rich folding. Nuno also folding, but Gallo in seat 1 to the left of the dealer. We can see the back of his head there. And Gallo with the 4s. It is a $10 button straddle. So he's going to basically put in a min raise to $20, which is going to be another $10 for Nick to call. And he's going to make the call. I don't blame him. Big Spoon also making the call with the King 7 offsuit, and it's coming ace high. A gut shot straight draw for Nick, but he needs a 4, and El Gallo has 2 of the 4s. So El Gallo is going to continue on here, betting 25. Nick calling with the gut shot, and if we see a 4, we might see fireworks, or at least hear fireworks. So El Gallo put on the continuation bet only for $25, and now he's going to slow it down, and Nick will check behind. And there's an ace on the river probably going to go check again, and does. So El Gallo with the $69 win.
Give him your set.
That would have been dirty.
That would have been
On the turn?
Give him the 4. I should have called you one time. You would have got it.
So we are moving on to hand 15. Just have the audio right now working.
I was calling you for a.
You had me in position. I was like,
So I just realized that you're not able to see. Okay, yeah, there we go. There's the action tracker clearing. Yeah, okay.
You gotta give it to him. Give it to him.
All right, so as I said, they are restarting each camera individually, and all the cameras are still not restarted, so we're still not 100% good, but we'll be there in a couple of minutes as they will situate all the cameras.
some freaking one-liners or something, bro. I feel like I'm taking an advantage. Really do. Because we're buddies, bro. I think people think that we don't like each other. We love each other.
And yes, it looks like Justin just tuned in, and yes, we do know that the cameras are frozen, and like I said, we're just trying to do the play-by-play in the meantime. So it's just the wide camera for now, but like I said, the issue will get corrected with all the cameras as they were resetting each camera individually, and then they should be getting synced up here in probably about another 2 minutes. But I will say, or I can say, that's the first time that I've ever heard of a play-by-play poker stream with just the audio.
So the spread right
The action tracker was working, so that made things a lot easier.
for the first half is Pelicans plus 7.5. No, I'm sorry. It's Oklahoma City.
So a lot of these players in the green.
For the game, it's 14.5.
We have Big Diesel. He's down about 1,000. RGV Striker. He lost, I believe, 700 or 800. There we go. So they're getting the cameras resituated, like I said.
What's his name then? Ingram.
And it looks like everything's resetting. So we see in the lower left-hand corner it's showing hand number 1. And that's going to be from right now going forward. The dealer letting the table know. There we go. They are adding the proper hand, hand 16.
Kind of like
So there is going to be a short break. The dealer is letting them know that they are getting the cameras situated.
I was so looking forward to seeing.
Yes, Jason, it was frozen. It was frozen, but as you can see, it is now corrected.
It was like.
I'm going with it. I'm a Texas fan now.
They are fun to watch. You know,
So we do appreciate everybody for sticking with us during the technical difficulties. That was definitely a first, first for us.
Lions wants some money on me. Oh yeah, Miami. I was on Miami.
But the cameras weren't working, but the microphones were working, and the action tracker was working. So a little old school radio style play-by-play for about 10 to 15 minutes there as they were getting the problem corrected. It looks like everything fits. There we go. Yep, that camera's working.
Monday was pretty good.
So once it goes to seat 1, action.
Monday's well,
So it's going to say UB fold, and then it'll pop up seat 1. There we go. So that camera's working. I believe there is 5 cameras in the room. El Nino. Looks like he's just going to make the call. Queen Jack for Big Spoon. So that camera's working, and then the last camera would be that camera. So it looks like all the cameras are working, as well as the overhead camera. That was the first camera they checked. So it looks like we're good to go once again.
I played Sunday and Monday, and I never played Sunday and Monday.
So Big Diesel raising it to $20 with the Ace 3 of clubs. And Nick letting his hand go as we are 3 ways to a flop. How much is in the pot? So top pair for Big Spoon. And we have a gut shot for Nuno. And your pre-flop razor, Big Diesel. Well, actually, Big Spoon put out a bet. It's showing that he checked, but he did put out a bet.
I would have. I still think you covered
It's a pretty big bet.
Wait, you take it first half of the game? First half. Okay. I think you covered game.
So $43 bet announced.
But bro, I don't like betting NBA on me.
And Nuno does not have a backdoor flush draw. Maybe if that queen was a heart, he would be able to peel a card. With just the gut shot, he's going to let it go there.
And then in 2 minutes, we're losing by 2. No defense, no nothing.
So on my side, it was showing that the comments were working, but we'll go through the comments once again. I thought they were showing up on the screen, but this comment is from when we first started the stream. Samantha saying, go T-Rich. The Cajun Asian, who is here tonight, was going for Striker, but Striker got his aces cracked and then kings cracked. So Striker's gone, so now he jumped on to Team Terry, T-Rich.
He was the only high schooler on the team.
All right, looks like a button straddle. Seat 8, Ruben not in his seat, but he does get blinded out. El Nino, who was one of the players, or he was the player that cracked RGV Striker's aces. Oh, and big bet coming from Big Diesel.
Oh, they got rid of him. So the coach that took over a team with no players. And then he just brought in 10 different guys. Wow.
Suited ace for Big Spoon, but I think the $100 raise is going to be too much for him to call. So Big Diesel with a big raise pre-flop, and he will show the 10s. I think he just wanted to drag a pot, as he has not had much go for him.
There you go, Arkansas. That's the awesome.
Yeah, so the chat is working, like I said. Got another fan for T-Rich.
They always had a young team and they were always ranked. So he's gonna have a good.
He just does the one and done. The one and done.
So Abel posted this comment when the camera froze, and I think we made it work. Didn't have visual, but we did have audio. And Justin seemed to like just the audio. At least we tried to make the best of it, like I said. But we are back to audio and visual.
For here? Hey. Gotta be a way to do it. Oh, my bad. No, you didn't even.
So we do have a real interesting lineup tonight, as 3 players are playing on the stream for the first time. So basically a third of the table in for the first time. We have Big Spoon with the aces here. He's played on the stream before, but this is the first time he's using a Big Spoon. And we can see that it's going to be aces versus Jack 9 versus 5s. And El Gallo flopping a straight flush draw, but it is Big Spoon with the ace of clubs. And it looks like it's going to go check around. 6 of clubs? No. Oh, T-Rich turning a straight. Let's see if he raises here. Just gonna call. Do we see the 6 of clubs on the river? So this might save Big Spoon some chips, as there is a 4-liner to a straight. Any 9 makes a straight. I think T-Rich has to call here. I mean, he does have the best hand. Oh, T-Rich folding. So it looks like the aces are going to win. He's either going to get an extra $75 or El Gallo's going to fold. So I think T-Rich just kind of overthought it there. Was scared of the flush. But we could see that his straight was good. El Gallo can really only beat ace high here, and he's going to be curious and call. So T-Rich is going to see that his straight would have been good and give the win to the Big Spoon.
There's a straight out there too.
Yeah, this guy doesn't want to play this anything.
Should have stayed in there.
There was a few hands I could beat, so
But that's what happens when you want to raise it like 40, 50, you know?
max value.
Swing out.
So only one person in the red right now.
Hey, bro, you need to help me out, bro.
It's actually 2 people because the other person's not sitting down at the table anymore. RGV Striker losing about 700, I believe. And then Big Diesel down 900. So between the two, that's 1,600, and that's spread out throughout the players.
I didn't even ask.
Attention. I call attention. Attention.
So El Nino was the big blind, calling an extra $7. Big Spoon had the aces earlier, now has 9s. It says that he folded, but I think that he called. They just punched something in wrong there. Yeah, he did call. We can see the 2 chips in front of him. Newbie with the King 6 is going to be checking his option here. He has some Big Spoons back in. He has the best hand right now. And it's going to come Jack high with 2 clubs. 9s still out in front. Let's see if Big Spoon bets. There are 2 overcards. Probably would have bet if there was just 1 overcard, but the 2 overcards with the other players in the hand, he's going to check. And the player with the undercard is going to bet here. Newbie hitting bottom pair does get checked to him, and he makes a small bet here, just under half pot. And this might work. Oh, wow, it's going to work. So Newbie betting bottom pair, getting a pocket pair to fold.
I was hoping he was gonna call that. I didn't have shit, bro. I had a pair of 5.
And that's going to take Newbie up to just over $300.
So the other know they have a hold on this.
As I said, this is a 1-3 no limit. The minimum buy-in is $300. Now on the main floor, this exact same game is being played 1-3 blinds, but the minimum buy-in on the main floor is $100.
Perfect.
Oh, T-Rich with the queens. How big is he going to raise it? At least 20. Ooh, raises it just 15. El Nino with the suited 3 deuce. And it looks like he's going to make the call. That's going to bring along the big spoon with the suited king.
Your big blind.
So 3 ways to the flop we go.
Got 3 players to the flop.
One looking for diamonds, one looking for spades, and Big Spoon with a big flop as he flops a flush draw with 2 overcards.
Your first strike.
Well, I didn't check,
Yeah,
but
yeah. Actions on you, yeah.
So it looks like Big Spoon betting out of turn.
Maybe check the bet stance. No worries, no worries.
I don't need more than
T-Rich still out in front. It's only a $20 bet. Don't think he can fold for just 1 bet, and he does make the call. Open-ended straight draw for El Nino. And he's going to at least be calling the 25.
See 2 calls. We got 3
Ace of spades. 6 of diamonds. The queen's still out in front right now, but this pot's starting to build.
See 2 checks.
And it looks like it's going to go check around to the queens. T-Rich going to be putting out a $50 bet, so just under half pot here. And both these players are probably going to call here, and that's exactly what happens. So now the pot has grown to $270 as we are looking for a river, and it's going to be a 10. T-I-N 10. El Nino has been checking all away. We'll check the river once again. And we got a big bet here from Big Spoon. Over $100.
See 3 bets. 135.
135. So T-Rich folded a straight to Big Spoon a couple of hands ago and saw his straight would have been good. So let's see if he looks him up here. Oh, T-Rich gonna fold again. Worried that one of the players has a 5. But that is not the case. So Big Spoon with the big bluff on the river.
Take a picture of that one, bro. You usually doesn't tip.
And that win's going to take Big Spoon to the top now, over $300. T-Rich still winning 150. It would have been a lot more if he would have made the call on the river.
We got a $6 live
$6 under the gun straddle coming from Big Diesel. There are 3 players that are playing on the stream the first time here. 2 of them sitting next to each other right there, Big Diesel and T-Rich. And the other player is in seat number 2, El Nino. Actions on El Gallo. Oh, newbie limped earlier with the jacks. You did not see it, but you heard it. As he had jacks earlier and limped and then put in a back raise. And Big Diesel tried to represent the ace. But newbie made the call. And now newbie's limping here. And a big raise coming from El Gallo. It was a $6 straddle. El Gallo making it 45. Looks like El Nino's thinking about calling here.
what?
45.
Newbie limped to raise, the back raise. Question is, how big is the back raise going to be? Now with 2 players in there, he's got to size it up. Is it probably 200? How much does he have in his stack? Yeah, he's got 800, so should be making this. Is Nuno thinking about calling here with the suited jack? Oh, Nuno makes the call, so maybe even go all in here? No, newbie just makes the call with the queens? I thought for sure he was putting on the back raise. That's the whole reason why you limp. The whole reason why you limp is to trap.
Players to the flop.
And he hasn't sprung his trap yet. Not to say he won't spring his trap. And El Nino flopping not one ace, but two aces. Two diamonds on the board. Nobody with diamonds.
Check.
Oh, and El Nino gonna check. Wants somebody to catch up. Ooh. So Newbie taking a very unconventional line, but now he's gonna spring his trap. Keep in mind, it's not over yet. El Nino could hit a 6, can hit a 10 for a bigger full house. El Gallo here just posturing as he was the initial raiser to the $45. Doesn't want to make it seem like he was messing around, but we can see that he was messing around. El Nino with an angry call. So El Nino looking for an ace, a 10, or a 6. And we can see the outs on the top of the screen. 5 outs for El Nino. Oh, and it's going to be quad queens for Newbie. Give that man a football square. So El Nino's going to go all in, right? Oh, did El Nino just call?
Dude, I'm surprised you're
Quad, oh, quads.
Dude, how do you know you just
Floor, high hand.
That's like, I don't know, quads, that's for nuts.
Yeah, so El Nino saving
Yeah, he only.
a lot of chips. He just caught the 150 on the river.
And with all due respect, I think
He figured his opponent had an ace as well, and they were chopping. So he saved himself a lot of money
other than quad, you had nuts.
by just calling on the river.
I understand that.
So Newbie will get a football square, and the dealer will count it down. But here's the football square promo. It is for high hands, and here we go. So high hands, you get a high hand during the week. You will pick out a square, and that square is good for the Monday night game, the Thursday night game, and the Sunday night game. Starts off at 250 with rollovers. That's the key. That's the big part. So rollovers are involved. You can see every quarter pays 250, and the final paying 750. That's before the rollovers. This Thursday night, all of them are getting rolled over. First quarter paying 750, second quarter paying 750, third quarter paying 750, and the final is going to be paying $22.50. So everything has been rolled over 3 times on that Thursday night game. So if you got a high hand during the week here at the Texas Card House, make sure you join us tomorrow night, because you might win over $2,000.
You had him? You had him? As a dog?
Yeah, I took him as a dog.
So we did have a dealer change. I'm not sure who is in the box now.
He enjoys, still walks on the beach.
It looks like it's Ashley.
An umbrella, and every once in a while on the weekends, she likes attending the rodeo. Local rodeo.
So suited 8-7 for El Gallo. Last hand, he had a offsuit 8-7 and raised it up. So now he's suited, and he's going to raise it smaller this time.
Forgot to mention she occasionally
Oh, and El Nino just losing the last hand, picking up kings. And he's going to put on the raise here. El Gallo has a very playable hand. I'm surprised he's only 21% here. I thought he would be a little bit more. I guess some 7s and 8s have been folded.
Dude, I'm getting sick and tired of Georgia.
So needs a 9 for a straight. Does have some backdoor flush draws. The ace coming on the flop. It looks like El Nino's ready to go all in. You can see he was anxious to go all in.
You know what, look at that too? He Snapchat every fucking thing. I mean, we're good, we're good, we're good. 7-8 clubs, bro. At 7-8 clubs.
So El Nino does show.
But he's hit. I might have to quit again. He beat me for fucking $600 on Monday, bro. With that fucking shit.
El Nino's actually from the D, not Dallas, but Detroit.
Literally, bro.
Representing the 313 tonight. $10 button straddle from Nick.
I have it too hard. I need your card.
So action's going to start to the left of the straddle, and that's going to be on Big Diesel with the quick fold. T-Rich also getting out of the way. Nuno with the Diamondbacks hat on. He's folding.
Yeah, but what do you want to do?
And Ruben makes the call with the
10, 20, 30.
King Deuce. Newbie just calling
We'll keep count, that way we don't take
with the nines.
We'll go back and forth, like up 20, up 30.
I have no idea if he's going to put on a back raise if somebody raises. I thought he was going to put on a back raise with the queens when he limped, but he just called. But he did put on the back raise with jacks earlier. El Nino winning last hand. He's going to play the 10-5, and we are going 5 ways to a flop.
Jack's club.
10 high flop. El Nino flopping top pair. Only one overcard, but newbie checks.
So you look at him and then
Small bet from El Nino.
no, Detroit.
And Nick's calling with the ace high here.
I say poker ball.
You still live here?
I just moved back there.
From where?
Austin. Yeah, you've been here. I played with you many times before. Have you? Somewhere. I don't know, bro. I played a lot of poker the last 24 years.
Newbie should be calling here, but
You're wrong, bro. I don't know.
he will fold. There was just one overcard, and he still folded. So Nick hitting his 4. It's really hard to predict what newbie's going to do. And I think one of the reasons why is I don't even think he knows what he's going to do. So Nick calling with the ace high, hitting a 4, and is now facing a river bet here. The 8-9 missed. It's really all you can beat. He's getting a real good price, though. But he's going to let it go.
All the way to there and then
And El Nino showing the 10.
muck it.
So both El Gallo and Big Diesel down. Everybody else in the green. El Nino winning that last pot makes him a $3 winner for the night. You be the biggest winner so far.
Long.
Hit the quad queens earlier. And we do have a $10 button straddle under the gun. Action's going to be on Yubi. Cannot predict what he's going to do. Looks like he's min-raising here with the king-queen offsuit. This is not GTO approved, folks. Do not try this at home. El Gallo making the call with the suited ace. El Nino with the spades. Looks like that's going to be enough. Big Spoon making the fold. Nick makes the fold. Big Diesel with the fold. T-Rich also folded, and Nuno lets it go as we are going 4 ways to a flop. Nine high flop. El Gallo flopping top pair. El Nino flopping a flush draw. And El Gallo is going to continue on here for 45. Michael Jordan. When he played baseball, he was number 45. And Nino making the call with his flush draw. Newbie getting out of the way, and heads up we go. As El Nino needs a spade. He picks up a straight draw. Now a 7 makes him a straight. There's only 1 7 left in the deck. $75 bet here. He makes the call. Spade or a 7. And he's going to hit a deuce. A deuce does not beat a 9. Let's see if El Gallo shuts down here. No, looks like he's going to fire again. And El Nino finally lets his hand go.
Oh, yeah. I didn't have to see.
2 for 1 time for the month of November is going to be on Tuesdays. So obviously that was yesterday. But it's every Tuesday for the month of November. Normally it's on Thursday, but this month, Thanksgiving, obviously following on Thursday. So it's Tuesday for the month of November, 2 for 1 time, Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley.
Suited ace or
Newbie with the $10 raise under the gun. Queen Jack offsuit. Just said this earlier, do not try this at home. Whatever the opposite of a trained professional, that's newbie. So, El Nino going all in with the 8s.
one action, at least one.
Perhaps the most awkward all in we've seen tonight.
Hey, nobody wants action with that, where you give him the karate chop.
I had to do it like, I had to do it nice.
It's showing $303, but it is less. It's probably about half that amount.
Remember Karate Kid Part 2? Where they go, they're in Okinawa, and they're breaking the ice? He goes like, he's like,
So Ruben is asking for a count with the suited king here. Maybe he's getting a little courage with that shot, but he does finally let it go, and Newbie quickly folds.
Hey, good luck. That's it. I guess I'll show the table.
And it looks like he's going to show the 8s.
Partner. One caller, come on.
So, from Detroit, seat 5, Big Diesel. He's from Wisconsin.
But you never know.
who do we play this week?
This week.
And then T-Rich in seat 6. He lives here now, but he's actually from Arkansas.
Last week then, okay, then.
As I said earlier, he is a regular on our Friday night free rolls, but decided to play some cash this time.
A&M game's gonna be for everything, bro.
A&M's only got one.
Yep. Arkansas? There you go.
In Arkansas, too. That's a tough game.
They owe us one from the next.
Yeah, but Arkansas still.
Pocket fours for Nick.
They're always surprised.
Looks like he's going to raise it.
Arkansas, even like in
Looks like $20. Big Diesel making the call. T-Rich just calling with the ace-queen. That's a good hand to 3-bet with. Nuno making the call with 9 high.
Yeah, I know.
El Nino makes the fold. We are going 4 ways to a flop.
Is it your school?
But I grew up. I lived here till I was about 10.
Okay.
And it's going to come jack high. So a gut shot for both Big Diesel and T-Rich. But it is Nuno flopping the straight with the 8-9. And he's going to put out a pretty big bet here. So pretty much a pot-sized bet. And Big Diesel's not a believer. He makes the call. Needs an 8 to chop, a queen to win. And Nuno announcing all in. Big Diesel with the quick fold.
It's gonna cost you $1, bro.
It just needs to come out, right?
At least.
Will? It just needs to come out?
Yeah. Yes.
I forgot. So we're...
So for you and I, it's
flop?
10, 20,
Yeah.
30.
Yeah, flop? Yeah, okay.
What was it? 30? What was it, bro?
So they did correct the chip count for El Nino. Showed that he went all in for $300 earlier, but it was less. So now the count on exactly how much he's winning or losing is correct, as we do have a $10 button straddle. So action will be on newbie, who is the small blind. So all depending on what the house rule is on how the straddle gets treated. Newbie with queens, limped with them last time. He hit quads, and he's limping with them again. Big spoon makes the fold. And Nick with the deuces, taking it up to 40.
Your salad, like you like salad? I know, but you eat salad, though?
So now newbie put it on the 4-bet. So last time he just called a raise with the queens. This time he has put it on the 3-bet. It's a small 3-bet, only $60 more for Nick to call, but it is going to clear out the players in between. Nick looking for a deuce. And instead, a king comes on the flop. Two diamonds, two clubs. And it looks like it's going to go check, check again. And newbie checks again. So newbie will show the queens, and I'm sure everybody at the table is a little freaked out. So newbie making unconventional moves, but so far it's working out. I do know he's a big fantasy football player. And there's always that one player in the league that always seems to make weird moves. And for whatever reason, they just work out. Well, that's how newbie plays poker. So Nick losing the last hand. Will get rid of his suited jack. Folds around to Big Diesel, who has a jack, raising it up. Ruben making the call with the King Deuce. Second time Ruben playing King Deuce off suit. I guess it's his favorite hand. And we are going 4 ways to a flop. 2 players with the King Deuce. Newbie suited, but it is all spades. And Ruben has the King of Spades. Open-ended draw for Big Diesel. Middle pair for El Nino. But it is Big Diesel who is going to bet. his open-ended draw.
I need to see if they can get. I need 2 touchdowns.
Ruben with just the spade making the call. And we are going
How about you 20 you won't
heads up.
How about you 20 you won't bet me the next half of this game?
Spade get in there right on the turn. It's going to slow down Big D, so. And Ruben's going to bet his flush here.
What do you have? It's Thunder versus
And that'll do it. So C3 going by Big Spoon tonight. Normally he goes by Mike, but he is changing it up tonight to Big Spoon. And let us know in the comments if you prefer
we can make a friendly bet. Let's bet a
Big
quarter
Spoon
bet.
or Small Spoon.
And it's at the end of the game, the last 2 digits, odd or even. Which one do you want?
I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 2.
1.5. That's
Okay, okay, I got it. Okay, what do you got?
I don't care. I
I'll pick 1 or 2. 1 or 2. Let's say 1 or 2.
Actually, I picked
Action
5.
is on Nick.
So it's odd. I got odd.
That's not what I was thinking.
Big Spoon, the big blind.
Actually, let's bet 25 on this first half. It doesn't even matter.
Looks like Nick raising it up. Don't think. So I don't think Big Spoon's cards scanned properly, but he rescanned them. So Nick raising with the suited connectors here under the gun. Big Diesel making the call with the pocket pair. El Nino out of the small blind makes the call with the King 3. Had King Deuce last hand. So King 3 a little bit better, and Big Spoon coming along.
And then you get that last drive off the door. Intercept.
And looks like the King Rag gonna work this time for El Nino as he flops trips.
Do you believe this is? I didn't know that.
Gut shot straight draw for Big Spoon. He's gonna bet.
Well, obviously we know what that means, right? We got the
Big
freaking
Diesel with the
Southeast
fours
League
making the call.
with Arsenal.
They started that shit with they're doing like the Gold Cup kind of deal.
I understand that, but they have their money involved in that shit.
And El Nino thinking about raising here.
Trump won, bro, for the last.
Does have 2 other players in the hand, and no, he's just gonna make the call. So Big Spoon looking for a 6. Big Diesel looking for a 4.
But I feel
And it's gonna be a king.
win, and last time, and one of those, I even bet them over 3.5 in the curve.
And Big Spoon
And I got him at plus
drawn to 1 out here,
to get 3 over 3, and he went to 4.
as 4s full of 3s will be 3s full of kings. But there's only 1 out left in the deck.
And then I had him to win the presidency.
What odds did you get that?
Minus 155.
Oh, you took mine? The guy that took it mine.
Minus 155, but I got it like
So El Nino just calling,
because there was odds.
and the other 4 has been folded. So Big Diesel is drawn dead. D-E-D, dead. Big Spoon would have hit it straight. And Big Diesel might be priced in here. Only $85 to win $400. Yeah, he makes the call. And he will see the bad news. So yeah, it was $85 to win $400 for Big Diesel.
You would have lost.
But I pay so I can see the picks, and then if you got, what do you think I'll see them? Wow. I ain't said no more. Yeah. I took them off. I saw the stickers. I saw my saved it.
So they're letting the floor know about the high hand.
Oh, it's still at top, please. Was that 7?
He didn't remember that was the top of the hour.
There, right.
Yeah, he won.
Boss man. Can you see if they can put it on ESPN also?
So 3 players in the negative,
Just not ESPN 2.
not including RGV Striker,
Okay, basketball, same game?
who did not rebuy the second time. But we do have a $6 under the gun straddle. T Rich with the 7-8, making the fold. Nuno. Looks like he's going to be having a late dinner.
That's your house rule.
Folded around to El Gallo. El Gallo with the suited Jack 10 of diamonds, sexy. And he makes it 20. El Nino with suited cards of his own, making the call. It is folded around to the straddler, Big Diesel. Straddle to 6, and he has a big hand. So 3-bet put it on here, hand number 30.
Mike, you're small, my boy.
Can I have my money back? Normally.
So pretty big 3-bet coming from Big D. So he is out of position, which is one of the reasons why he sized it up.
160. It's on you, right? Okay. You do you, mister. You do you, mister. I'm gonna try to like at least, you know.
So El Gallo with the suited Jack 10. And it's, as I said earlier, it's a sexy hand. And he's going to be calling. That's probably going to bring along, nope, does not bring along El Nino. So we're going heads up to a flop. You can see the Jack 10 in terrible shape. And a quick all in from Big Diesel.
And this is finally a hand that I was like, I bet shitty cards.
And El Gallo will make the fold.
Oh, dominated.
No, I'm not. You know what? Diamond is a.
So I was talking about the free roll Friday frenzy earlier. How T Rich comes out for that. Well, every Friday, 6 p.m., $2,000 prize pool guarantee, 5K start and stack.
Hey, I'm not afraid to gamble, partner.
Late registration until
I know
8:10.
that. Hey, we just called my full house.
And then the levels go up to 15 minutes at the end of registration. You can do a $20 add-on at the beginning for 15K in chips. So you'll start with 20K with the add-on.
We got a lot of personalities out here today.
7-8 suited for Newbie. He's going to raise it to 15. El Gallo had Jack 10 last time. Now he has a better Jack, a Jack Queen, and he makes the call.
You're one of those. You're messy. Yeah. Marking the cards and shit. Yeah, second one that was my card. No, I just like mustard on my hot dogs.
So Nick makes the call with the dominated Queen. And Big Diesel getting after it once again with the best hand. Takes it up to 85. So $15 raise, call, and a call. So that will take the pot to 45. Then with Big Diesel calling, that would have taken it to 60. So probably a little on the large side, but these players like to see flops. Big Diesel has realized that. So he's going to charge a premium to see the flops. Oh, 7-8 would have been a huge flop for El Gallo, but he did fold.
Have you been looking for your deck of clubs? Because I haven't.
And Big Diesel continuing on here for 100. That should do the trick, as Nick just has Queen High. And only has 2 outs in the deck left.
But I got fucking
Nick has not folded.
25, 50, 100.
Just has the queen high and realizes he does not have a straight draw, so finally lets it go. So we are doing a food drive here at the Texas Card House Rio Grande Valley. Thanks for giving. You donate 2 food items and you get a discount on your time. Receive 2 hours for $20.
Okay. I still have to do
And the good part about this promotion is you are allowed to redeem it multiple times during the day. So you can redeem it up to 5 times during a day.
Wowzer.
$10 button straddle. Ruben calling with the king deuce again. Gonna have to talk to him after the stream and ask him if that's his favorite hand, because he sure likes playing it.
What? I don't believe in it.
Colombia, Costa Rica, never been to beach in Mexico.
You've been to Cuba.
But Costa Rica's not Mexico, Havana. But Costa Rica's nice to go to.
Oh, I love it.
And the people,
I've been there.
you been there?
Yeah, every year.
Oh, the people there are nice too.
My cousin has a condo. We go every year. I love it.
So there's a $10 button straddle.
It's over there. It's
I don't know if Ruben called the $10 or
It's been once. I was thinking to go.
looks like he has cards in front of him there in seat 8.
That year of COVID, that January.
So it looks like they're gonna clear it up. It should be $10. Each player's in for $10. So they should. There we go. There's a race to 10 and the call. So the graphics getting cleared up,
I really don't have somebody.
and Ruben flopping top pair, but it is all hearts. It's actually a decent flop for Nick as he flops a pair and a flush draw, and Nino flopping top pair as well.
But Costa Rica is pretty big. If you have like a West Coast,
That's what I'm saying.
you can be on the
Can I
big
say
side.
what?
Yeah.
I was-
I've stayed on both.
I was on the other side, on the
So big spoon
Two different. And you
with a big bluff here.
totally different.
Just has 7 deuce, no hearts in his hand, just the heart in his chest.
No, but I've heard that. Even where I was at, there was like, they could take it to some beaches that are like give you some.
Is it heads up? Heads up?
So big spoon has to show. Gotta show it, big spoon. Do it.
I stayed at a Marriott.
Do it. Looks like he's just trying to show El Nino.
I couldn't remember right.
Oh, and he is gonna show El Nino. And now, show one, show all. El Nino getting a good chuckle out of it. You know it's a fun game when you get bluffed and the guy laughs at it. He's not even mad. He actually likes that he got bluffed. Very fun game here tonight here at Texas Card House RGV, as it is most nights here in South Texas. $10 button straddle coming from Ruben under the gun. Action's going to be on seat 9, newbie. And yes, those stacks are 75. He stacks his chips in 75s, not hundreds. And he's going to make the call. And it looks like he immediately regretted making the call with Queen 10 offsuit.
Most people that come with William, in my history, and my wife will be watching this later, I'll say it's usually because they want me. William because you're my brother. That's your name. Eso, all right.
Everybody else making the call.
I like that, bro.
Nuno having the late dinner.
Oh,
Gonna fold. And Ruben, who did straddle this hand with the king deuce. But he does check his option. And we are going 6 ways to a flop.
like an 8-hour stream.
Ace high.
Start at 12 and end at like 8 or people are having fun. The drinks are getting mixed a little bit. It'll be good action. I think. I mean, really hours stream. It has to be out there, but it can even be like a Saturday.
Small bet coming from El Nino here, who does have a gut shot straight draw. Does not have the best hand, but that's not stopping him from betting, as Nick has the ace. Big Diesel calling with his draw, needs a 6.
It went a little over. It went 4.5 hours.
Yeah, no, it went longer.
Oh, then I wasn't here on the field.
No, it did like 7 hours.
Okay, then that's good.
So Ruben turning a king, but El Nino still betting. 2 diamonds on the board.
Yeah, they said it was really good.
Big Diesel still looking for a 6.
Ruben, you don't need a drink. He just stays crazy no matter what. Crazy.
6 is going to be an action card.
No disrespect to them young.
Board pairs, which makes Nick feel a lot better now because his kicker's no longer playing, as he does have aces and 4s with a king kicker. And he will bet 125. And everybody folds pretty quickly. So the Trailblazer Series actually making a stop as we speak, just north of Houston in Spring. It'll make a stop at the end of December here in the Rio Grande Valley. So Houston is basically located East Texas, and we are South Texas. We are 5 hours southwest of Houston, southwest of Spring.
Let's see what they're talking about, bro. In Houston, they're not even hiding shit. Like, you walk in, and it's like poker on one side, baccarat tables, like 60 baccarat tables, and like a private room. Like,
It's like fucking. It's like the movies, like on the Gambler where they go into that movie.
So El Gallo with the ace.
I'm getting my video. Man, mira me, sigue tú. Really, bro?
I turned that 1,000 into like 6. And just bounced.
So Big Spoon calling with the 9-10, the natural 9, and Big Diesel raising it with the king queen to 20.
Okay,
No charge.
No, it was one of those things where if you went with 6, you get half the bet.
Yes.
Okay,
That's it. Yes, that was it. Yes. Banker wins 6, you get half. Yes.
That's actually worse odds than commission.
Hey, so you parlayed that one. Had a good time. Won a tournament.
Bro, so I went in. I went 12 in a row on players.
So it looks like Big Spoon going to be making the call. So 2 players going by Big, getting involved in a pot here.
God dang it.
Continuation bet being put out by Big Diesel, and that's going to get the job done.
Really? Was it like a big area? But is it like in a ghetto somewhere? Or like?
Bro, I'm down West Member? Yes.
Like what side in West Hammer? Like on the right side of the stove or the left side?
Of what?
My
Left.
on the left.
Inside.
Inside.
Yeah.
So Newbie, the big winner tonight, over $700 in his stack. Nick up $29. And we do have an under the gun straddle coming from El Gallo. So action's going to be on El Nino, the kid. El Gallo basically translated to rooster. Of course, Nino translated to kid or boy. The boy. Nino boy, Nina girl. And El Nino making it 25 with the ace jack. Ruben making the call with the ace on the button. El Gallo. Another $15 for him to call, as he did straddle $10. We'll make the call, and we are going 3 ways to a flop. So El Nino has ace jack. El Nino has ace jack. All spades. I think it was 2 red cards El Nino had. I'm not able to rewind.
I got 400 left.
So El Gallo calling with a gut shot. Needs a jack for a straight. His spade is also live. He's actually favorite right now, even though he just has 10 high. But now you can see he is no longer favorite. And it's going to go check, check to the river. And ace high is going to win this pot. El Gallo is going to have to bluff. And let's see if he does just that. Over $200 in the pot. Just has 10 high. And he is thinking about bluffing. He should bluff. Like I said, he just has 10 high. He knows 10 high is not good here. The only way you can win the pot is by bluffing. He's given this bluff a lot of thought, but finally pulls the trigger. And an immediate fold from Ruben. Is he going to show? Is he going to show? Yes, he shows. Ruben really didn't have anything to call him with, but still, it's never good to get bluffed.
I had to, bro.
And I was gonna fire a bullet there.
A bullet wins the fight, obviously.
I was gonna fire like 150.
So forklift certified. Perhaps wondering what a lot of people on the stream are wondering. Seat 3 going by Big Spoon. And he's wondering who the little spoon is.
That was a good play by Will. G.
Yeah, that was good, Will.
I had to, bro.
That was really good.
Yeah, don't worry, bro.
I'd be in a good mood, but you lost the first half there.
Get back.
No straddle this hand. Action's going to be on El Nino.
So it was the right move. You made the right move.
He was fitting into that pocket.
And, oh, he's got aces. And he made sure they got scanned as he rescanned the hand twice. And this is a pretty big bet here, first to act. 25. Ruben going to be making the call on the button. He just got bluffed, so he wants revenge. Oh, and El Gallo, look at that evil. 666 in his stack. And he is putting on the 3-bet. How much does El Nino have? Yeah, El Nino needs to go all in here.
I guess I'm going to have to push Mr. All In.
There it is. He is announcing the all-in. Ruben will get out of the way with the 9-10 of clubs. And El Gallo has 110 left to hit.
You got a pair? It's spins up? Yeah. So flip? You have a pair? Yeah, I have a pair. Of course.
So I think the players are showing each other their hand.
Hey, watch the 10. Because Ash likes slow walks on the beach. He's going to be like, Will, you're going to find her a dude to take her. Watch out. Boom!
Oh, El Gallo with the flush draw. El Gallo needing a heart, but he does not get it.
Don't tease me like that. What is it? Hit him.
So El Nino getting the best of El Gallo.
You don't know me, but usually the only way people beat me is on coolers like that. They can't beat me regular, bro. You're the best. I'm the best, bro. You're the best.
So the dealer, Ashley, of course goes by Ash Cash. She will count it down.
I have to go all in.
So Sundays, we do have the $20 tournament on Sundays. $20 buy-in, 20K starting stack, $1,000 to guarantee every Sunday at 4. And of course, during the tournament, after the tournament, the football scores are going to be going on as well. So great place to watch the game here at Texas Card House.
I would not play the hand like that if you had more than stack.
He's a bully. He's a bully.
Alright. I've had 10 twice today.
So 2 players in the negative, everybody else squeaking out a little profit. Newbie squeaking out a big profit.
Break even. That's not twice.
And looks like we have no straddle this hand, so action's going to be on the big spoon.
Hey, thank you for the marvelous hand, Ash.
That's a marvelous ticket to some freaking European.
So nice hand for El Nino, doubling up with the aces.
Samoans.
I don't think somebody's cards got scanned. All right, everybody's cards are scanned. Big spoon with Motown. J5, the Jackson 5, he gets rid of it.
I guess I'm gonna have to push again.
Ace queen for Nick.
I don't want to see the karate.
The karate
Looks like he's
chop.
going to be making it 12.
Remember they said it, choo-choo train.
Nuno done with his dinner, and he's jumping back in the action here with the suited connectors.
Heck at it again.
UB on the button. Won with this hand earlier, the Queen 6, going to take it for a spin again as El Gallo calls with the 5-6. So El Gallo in terrible shape. He cannot hit a 5 or he cannot hit a 6. As UB has him outkicked with the 6 and El Nino has him outkicked with the 5. So there is the 5.
No blood, Nick, on our bed.
And it's a small bet from El Nino. Nick calling with just this ace high. Both Nuno and Newbie get out of the way, and we are going 3 ways to a turn as El Gallo still has the 5, but El Nino has 2 pair. Oh, and El Gallo bluffing here. You can see El Nino perking up. He has 2 pairs.
I'll re-raise.
And he is putting on the re-raise with the green chips. So a lot of times, this is what tells. A lot of times when a player uses the big chips like that, they have it. Because normally when a player gets a big denomination chip, they don't want to let it go. They want to keep it. So for them to be betting a big denomination chip, that's normally a tell that they have it.
Walk it off, walk it off. Walk it off.
But of course, you also have the reverse tell where players know that, so they will put out the big chips when they're bluffing. Under the gun straddle, it looks like we have a double straddle. Yes, we have a double straddle. First double straddle of the night being put on by Big Diesel. Under the gun straddle from Nick. The blinds are 1-3. He straddled to $10. And the next person has to double it. The $20 is live. It is a live straddle. Ruben with the 8s just makes the call. And it looks like Nick is going to put out another $10. And Big Diesel punishing the limpers with the ace. Ruben making the quick call with the pocket pair. And it looks like Nick making the call as well. So 3 ways to a $300 flop, and the ace coming right away. And Big Diesel announcing all in, basically a pot-sized bet. And he will show the ace.
I didn't expect there to be 300 in the middle. It's like our deeper.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank you. Then you bet like
I started with 21 bigs.
that's not enough.
Yeah.
So Big Diesel put it on the double straddle last hand. Let's see if he puts on a regular straddle this hand. You are allowed to straddle under the gun up to half your stack. And looks like he's going to do the opposite. He's going to do the minimum straddle. The minimum straddle is $6. The maximum straddle under the gun here at the Texas Card House Rio Grande Valley is half your stack. Of course, it does vary by locations, but here in South Texas, oh, newbie with the Kings,
9 raises to 30.
making it 30.
Oh. That's all.
Looks like Big Diesel going to call the 30 with the Jack 3 of diamonds.
Dos. Never been there.
And he's going to hit a tray. Also has a backdoor flush draw. Probably not done with the hand yet. He does check to the pre-flop aggressor newbie. Newbie looks like he's putting out 50. Big Diesel going to be calling. And we're going for a turn. He's looking for a diamond, a jack, or a 3. And newbie's going to hit a set. Does newbie check here? Oh, he does check, getting sneaky. Let's see how much newbie bets on the river here. And there are those green chips. There are the green chips. You can see when he had the set, he bet with the big denomination chip.
Flash. Thanks, guys. Have a good one, guys. Appreciate it.
So welcome to the chat, DGen Poker. Sounds like somebody's cashing out. Not sure who. Looks like it was El Nino. He was down for the stream. So we do have a seat open on the stream game. I know we had a really big waiting list earlier. Nick in seat 4 was actually on the waiting list and got a seat. To check Poker Atlas real quick to see if there is still a waiting list, and there does appear to be. Looks like there is still 5 people on the waiting list. So I would imagine that seat's going to get filled pretty quick. As we go 4 ways to a flop. Ace on the flop, big spoon.
6 bets 30. 9 fold.
Oh, T-Rich, I don't know if he got word that he's got bluffed, because he is calling here with middle pair. Oh, he's actually the player that bet. He's going to be slowing down now that he got called.
I'm not gonna be a J. Fucking make it the jacket club. Should be a J or should I tell him? I'm gonna tell him. We tell him. I think. If it was Jordy, he would have clubbed it.
So it looks like the river came, and Big Spoon going to put out a small bet. And looks like he gets a call. The dealers do change out every hour on the stream, and we are coming up on that hour, so I would imagine we're going to be getting a dealer change pretty soon here.
You're up $10. He said so. I was on it.
Is there a list for the stream or no?
I told him.
So no straddle this hand, action on Nuno. He's actually got a pretty cool shirt on, but you can't see it. So the back of his shirt, 100% random. It is a Millhouse from The Simpsons, but it's like covering the entire back of the shirt. El Gallo with some spades, raising it up. Big Spoon with some clubs, making the call. Seat open on the stream table. And Big Diesel put it on a squeeze play here. Takes it up to 65, so $50 more.
65.
And that's probably going to bring along Big Spoon. He actually has the best hand right now.
Not there yet.
Has position. I would have called, but it's a lot easier when you see the hold cards.
Get position. You better bet again.
And flop coming king high. Big Diesel just going to put out the continuation bet, hoping his opponent folds. And as I said, we did have a waiting list, so the seat's getting filled pretty quick there.
Should have moved here. I didn't.
So the dealer will get the information on the new player. You can see we are missing a spot there on the bottom of the screen, as they did take out El Nino. And now we are going to get a chip count from this new player and see who it is.
It sounded like he said just chasing.
And I believe it's going to be Jason. Yes, Jason.
Oh, thank you.
Jason.
What is on 5 minutes?
All right, Ruben. You want to bet this one?
Yeah. What are you doing?
Honestly, I do not know what it is, but I know before the game started, Oklahoma City was favored by 14.
And live.
So right now they're.
Well, they just made that. Now it's closer to like 11.
9 full.
I mean,
What are we doing?
what do you want?
So $10 under the gun straddle coming from Ruben.
Just been keeping up with basketball.
I just want to gamble. Whatever we're betting 100, but I just want to gamble.
And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I believe Jason has played on the stream before. And I believe he's from El Paso.
24 Margarito.
We'll wait till the timeout. When the timeout is, we'll know. Sí, tengo cuenta una.
Big Spoon with the raise and take. Yeah, so both El Paso, where I believe Jason is from, and down here in the Rio Grande Valley, both areas right on the U.S.-Mexico border. Of course, being divided by the Rio Grande River, the natural barrier, the natural border between the two countries. El Paso is about a 10 to 12 hour drive from here. El Paso's so far away, they're in their own time zone. But the big city across is Juarez. And then down here we have Reynosa. And then we also have Matamoros, which is across from Brownsville. So kind of from the same area in Texas, but nowhere near. So newbie with the Queen 10 offsuit, he's going to be raising. El Gallo with the 8s. Calling. Jason also making the call with the pocket 5s. And Big Diesel just makes the call with the Ace 3, the Baskin Robbins. Nuno folding his ace. And Ruben puts out the other $7 with his 7-4. 5 ways we go. And Newbie, raising under the gun with Queen 10 offsuit, hits 3 queens and checks. And now he has a full house. Everybody else drawn dead in this hand. And Big Diesel with the 2 pair and the ace kicker is going to take a stab at the pot here. Nobody seemed interested as they checked to him twice. Newbie just going to be making the call here, hoping his opponent has the jack. No, he's going to be making the raise, hoping his opponent has the jack. Basically a min raise, but Big Diesel folds real quick. So we do have Jeremiah back dealing as each dealer on the stream. 2 different downs. They deal for an hour each. So this is his 2nd hour. As we're just 2 hours into tonight's stream. We did have some technical difficulties early. Probably about half an hour into the stream. We did have the cameras freeze. Oh, we do have kings. El Gallo just making the call with the kings. And Nick is going to raise with the 7-6 of diamonds. I actually like the raise here from Nick with the suited connectors. But he's running into it with the kings here. And you can see Nuno. Oh, Nuno going to be raising him here. And El Gallo should be re-raising. So we should be seeing a 4-bet here pre-flop. Nuno making it 50. Maybe about 200. How much does El Gallo have? I like 200. Let's see what he likes. Looks like Newbie likes that salad. So the camera is still focused on Ruben because they think the action is on seat. Oh, and El Gallo raising it to 200. There we go. He does fold. Newbie folds. And there's the $200 raise. So I liked 200. El Gallo agreed with me. And Nick, who does have a pretty hand, which is one of the reasons why he raised it, but he cannot call a 4-bet here, with 7-6 of diamonds. And he does get out of the way. Nuno getting a decent price here if he feels frisky. And he might feel frisky. Half of him wants to call, half of him wants to fold. How much does he have left in his stack? He has over 600 in his stack, so he might call here depending on his stack size. Both players with more than 600 in their stack. No, he's going to finally let it go.
Somebody crossing by your home and they slow down and put your home in the car. I mean, when you're telling them, hey, I'm here. I'm here, you pull out a gun. I mean, what it's like, hey, I'm here. I invited him.
So Newbie up to 900. Big spoon. Still trying to figure out who the small spoon is. He's up over 400. Nuno, this is one of the reasons why I thought he might call the $200 raise, is because he is up for the night, and we're about halfway through on the stream, so thought he might feel like gambling there, and he decided against it. So Jason with the suited ace makes the raise up to 15. Quick call from Big Spoon. Nick making the call with the better ace. Nuno with the 5-6 offsuit. Makes the call in position. Newbie with the King Jack. And El Gallo pretty much getting priced in here. Makes the call with the 10 high.
We have 6 players to flop.
Has the worst hand right now. Nuno gonna flop a straight draw, needing a 4. Jason hitting a 7, but he does check it. Actually, do not like this check from Jason because his hand is very vulnerable. He should be betting here. He checks again. Does he raise here? No, he just calls. So a lot of cards for Jason to avoid here on the river. And he avoids them all. Pretty sure he's checking again, yeah? Big Spoon knows he cannot win with ace high. So he's going to try to bluff here. The bluff's not going to work. Or the bluff shouldn't work. Jason should not be folding a full house here. He has played this hand very passive. But probably the reason why is he just sat down, so he's just still trying to get the feel of the table. So I think if he was here since the beginning, he would have played this hand different. But he just sat down, so he's just, like I said, being a little cautious here. He's just going to make the call. And Big Spoon shows him the king high, and Jason will win the pot of $240. So Jason with the $165 win. He was the initial pre-flop raiser. He made it 15 with the ace-7 of spades. And you can see he's up about $155. T-Rich just barely in the green. He's in for 300. He has 330 in his stack. You can see each stack of red is $100. So he has 3 stacks of red and then has probably about $10 of white chips. Each white chip is $1, and then probably has about another $20 of red chips. $10 button straddle. El Gallo with the quick fold. Jason, the big blind. Calls the extra $7. Big Diesel with the raise. Nuno's going to be calling him with the suited ace. And Nuno's going to hit a 9. Continuation bet here from Big Diesel. Not going to get rid of Nuno, as Nuno did hit middle pair. Only $55. So just about a third size pot. Oh, Nuno's going to raise. Quick fold from Big Diesel. Do appreciate that. He knows he was caught. It's part of the game. Made the quick fold. A lot of times some players feel obligated to Hollywood, making it seem like they have a bigger decision. So if you're interested in playing on the stream, you could send us an email, rgvlive@Texas Card House. Or if you do have the Poker Atlas app, you can also sign up with the Poker Atlas. We do stream every Wednesday night and every Friday night. Wednesday nights, we play 1-3, no limit hold'em, and Friday nights, we play a round of each row. So Friday nights, there is Omaha involved on Friday nights. Wednesday nights, it's just 1-3, no limit Texas hold'em. Nick raising with the king 3. And Ruben is going to put in the 3-bet here with the ace queen. Big Diesel making the call with the suited ace.
Heads up action.
As a matter of fact, that dude. Yeah, I probably hit it too
6
hard.
high flop, 2 clubs. Ruben does have the ace of clubs.
Got Georgia for one.
Nice board to put out a continuation bet, and he puts out a big continuation bet.
Well, I'm counting it with you.
So we did have issues about halfway in tonight's stream,
For you.
and we do appreciate if you did stick with us, or if you're just joining us about halfway through. We did lose visual. The cameras were acting up. However, we still had audio. There are 2 microphones located in the stream room right above the table. As a matter of fact, right next to this camera. On each side of this camera, there's 2 microphones to pick up audio. The players do not mic. Excuse me, the players aren't mic'd. So the audio was still working, but more importantly, the action tracker was still working. So we knew what the players had, we just couldn't see it. So we were able to continue on with the stream, just the old school play-by-play radio style. And then they were able to correct the cameras. Oh, Big Diesel going with the ace-king. We got the normal flip. Players are talking about once or twice. I think they're going to go twice. There have been some aces and kings folded, which is why Big Diesel is only 33%. Normally, this will be about a 50-50. Normally, if all the aces and kings were still in the deck, he would still not be favored. The queens would still be favored, but it would be closer to 50-50. It would be like 52-48. But they are going to run it twice, and there have been aces and kings folded, which is why he's only at 33%. The percentages there keeping track on what has been folded. And you can see there's only three outs left.
I don't win flips the first turn.
So we're going to try it again, and he's going to try to hit an ace or king again.
Second try. Put it 3.
So Big Diesel, there it is.
Out queen.
So it'll be a chop pot.
Straight to the queen.
Well, I got one twice.
But if you're just joining us, or if you've been with us, this is the secondary channel for all Texas Card House locations. The main channel is called TCH Live. The main channel on YouTube is called TCH Live.
I'm never gonna.
That is where we stream on Friday nights. That is where this location streams on Friday nights. Tonight we're streaming on the secondary channel. So if you're still not subscribed to this channel, if you can do me a favor and subscribe to this channel. We have over 50,000 subscribers to the main channel, TCH Live. We only have 2,000 subscribers to this channel. So if you could help us out, build awareness for this secondary channel, as all of the locations for Texas Card House also stream on this channel. I know when we're streaming on Friday nights, the main channel, sometimes we have some people from Houston in the comment section asking where their friends are, since they're playing on the stream, but they're playing on the secondary channel. So I know for sure Houston streams on this channel on Friday nights.
got 4 players to the flop.
So 2 players with hearts, 1 player with diamonds, and we got diamonds. Gut shot straight draw for Jason, but it's showing 0%. So I'm assuming 3 other 10s have been folded because it's showing he's at 0% right now. The percentages are based upon which cards have been folded. So he's going to make the fold. And we have the top pair versus the diamond draw here.
Players to the turn.
El Gallo looking for a jack. No, El Gallo looking for a queen, and he gets the queen. But he checks. So over $500 in this pot. How much is El Gallo going to bet on the river? I like about just over half pot, 225. Or just under half pot, yeah. 225 is the number I like. He says 175. This is going to be a, yeah, his kicker's not playing. Yeah, his kicker's not playing, so aces and queens with a 9 kicker, but that's no good. That does not beat trips. So El Gallo picking the right sizing. I don't know if Big Spoon would have called 225, but he did call 175. So nice pot for El Gallo there.
Ruben would have folded for me because Ruben knows how to play.
I would have folded pre-flop.
Ruben's been studying, way.
I folded pre-flop.
Studying.
So that's going to take El Gallo up to second place.
Ruben over there.
Hey, well, in the fourth quarter, we're going to have a bet.
And that's going to take Big Spoon into the negative.
We have to see what the line bet is.
And T-Rich, Terry, still barely squeaking out a win, as he is in for $300. Hey, the double straddle's back on, just like that. So I'm thinking what happened is some people subscribed. Oh, we got a triple straddle. So if you haven't subscribed yet, we have a triple straddle in a 1-3 game here. I think this deserves, at the very least, a subscribe, a like, preferably subscribe. So triple straddle, newbie put it on this triple straddle. Jack 5. El Gallo making the fold. Jason also making the fold.
And I was talking to my diversity equity guy over here. Hey, Nubi, you said you only do that once.
Nick should be raising here a pretty big amount. See, it's 40, right? Because it was 10, 20, 40. I believe it's 40 to go. And he just calls?
4 calls, 5 folds. The bylaws, why can't it be straight laws? For gay laws.
So any ace is going to be ahead of any random hand here. And 2 of the other players have aces. So it's the battle of the aces. So we have Queen 9-6, Queen 9-6, and Ace Queen still in front. The Ace 9 gonna lead out here. This is one of the reasons why you should be raising, especially a triple straddle. But Nick chooses just to call, and now he's gonna fold.
I had your number with him. He left. Look at us. You've been real quiet right now. No, I don't need whoop your ass. You know what I learned, Joey?
So we had a triple straddle last hand,
I'm gonna find a way to have
We have a double straddle, perhaps a triple straddle if El Gallo puts it on. So the blinds are $1, $3. The minimum straddle is $6, but Ruben straddle into $10, and we got the triple straddle again. So another triple straddle. 10 under the gun. The minimum is 6. But whatever the player under the gun chooses to do, the next player has to double it. So it's 10, 20, 40.
I didn't see it. I didn't see it. I was kind of my shit, bro.
You passed up a straddle with him? Wow, checking his house.
They're rolling by.
So action on Jason with the ace.
Straddle guys, you heard that?
All right.
Should be folded here, and does. So $3, calling $3 all day with that hand, but not 40.
I was debating between 220.
Oh, Nick with the suited connectors,
Then I got it right. Then I got it right.
and Big Diesel with the big raise. Up to 150. He knows Jack 10's going to be ahead of a random hand, and there's a lot of random hands out there. El Gallo calling with 7 deuce of clubs. Well, actually, I'm sorry, he was a triple straddler. El Gallo, the triple straddler. So now he just has to get by Nick's 9-7. And here's the thing, even if Nick calls, he's still going to have position.
Probably only 2 or 3 people on the table.
So it looks like Nick's making the call, but Big Diesel actually has the best hand. Normally he wouldn't have the best hand here, but he does have the best hand. But more importantly, he has position. And Big Diesel hidden middle pair should put out a continuation bet here.
They're still wrong.
Looks like he's putting out 100, going with the down bet. See this a lot in tournaments.
Other than newbie, tell me
And
what
he
hand
does
you
show
have
the
next
jack.
time at St. Davis. Somebody. Nobody? Nobody? Newbie, tell them what I'm talking about. Yeah, who? What team? Astros. He's got your Glenn Davis 37. Absolutely. See, I didn't know what it was.
So two straight hands with a triple straddle. Do we have a regular straddle? Newbie has to start it off, and he does not.
Oh, he's that white guy, right?
Jose.
So back to normal 1-3, as Newbie will make the fold. Jason with the kings, raising it up to 20. And he's going to be getting a call here from the suited king queen. So far, pretty much everything standard. Big Diesel calling with the suited jack. And Ruben calling with the suited ace. So pretty much everything going the way it should thus far. Let's see the flop. Huge flop for Big Diesel. And you can see he's actually favored to win right now. He flops a straight draw with a flush draw. Jason does have the king of spades. He's going to continue here. And Nick with the 2 overcards and the backdoor flush draw makes the call. And Big Diesel's going to play his hand fast, wanting to play a big pot. Has a lot of equity. As a matter of fact, he has the most equity among the 4 players right now. Needs a 7 or a queen for a straight or any spade. Jason does not like this raise, especially with a player between them. Looks like he's thinking about folding. How much does he have in his stack? So it's a 350 raise. So this is for basically half of his stack. And if he calls here, he pretty much has to go with his hand. So I think this might be an all-in or a fold for Jason. And that is what he's thinking about. And he goes all in. So like I said, pretty much everything the way it should be played, or the way it normally gets played. So Nick is actually thinking about this. He's only 11% right now. Not 100% sure because he did not start the stream, but I'm pretty sure Jason joining us tonight from El Paso. And Seat 5, I know Seat 5 is not from here. He's not from South Texas. I believe he grew up in North Texas, but is now living in Wisconsin. He said that up in Wisconsin, he's known as the milkman. I don't know what that means. So Nick really thinking about this. He needs a jack for a straight. He also has some backdoor flush outs, backdoor clubs. I cannot see him calling here, but he has been thinking a long time, and he might be thinking about gambling because he knows Big Diesel's going to call. So then that's going to balloon the pot. So there's the call.
I was off twice.
And I believe they're going to go twice. Big Diesel's actually favorite right now with Jack High.
Twice.
So they are going twice. The only good thing for Jason is he does have one of the outs. He has a spade in his hand. So he does have one of Big Diesel's outs. But Big Diesel has 10 live outs. They are going twice. Of course, the jack of clubs is going to come, right? No, that's not it. And that's not it. So the king's holding the first time. And the king's holding the second time. Wow. Big Diesel was favored at 52%. They run it twice, and he misses every. Doesn't even make a pair. Doesn't even make a jack or an 8 for a pair. The total air ball for Big Diesel. And they're getting the countdown.
You willing to say what you said?
So they will get the countdown. Looks like Big Diesel's going to have a little bit left in his stack. He did have Jason covered, but that was a $1,700 pot. And I don't know if that's going to do it for Big Diesel, but I totally understand if he's going to tap out after missing over half the deck. His chips are still on the table, so he might be getting some more ammunition. But you saw Jason came to the right conclusion. Not necessarily going all in, but in regards to it was going to be an all-in or a fold. As Big Diesel raced to 350 on the flop, which was basically half a stack. So, oh, it looks like Big Diesel is reloaded. But a lot of times you will see people just call in half their stack, and that is not the proper play. And Jason knew that. He thought about it for a while. He said, okay, I'm either going all in or I'm folding. And he said, let's go all in, do it for the stream. And that's going to make Jason the big winner of the night. He's up over $1,000, $1,100 to be exact. And I just mentioned it right now, but just in case if you are just tuning in, make sure you subscribe to this channel, as this is the secondary channel for all Texas Card House locations. There are 6 card houses across the state of Texas, 6 card houses, 2 in North Texas, 2 in East Texas, 1 in South Texas, that's us, and 1 in Central Texas, a TCH Social Austin, the original Texas Card House. So there's 6 locations, and 4 of them stream. So it is a special table that is needed, obviously special equipment that is needed. So 4 of the 6 locations stream, and all of them stream at least twice a week. So 4 plus 2 is 8. There's 7 days out of the week, so that's one of the reasons why the secondary channel was created. The main reason why the secondary channel was created is because of the tournaments. So the Trailblazer series is going on in spring right now, so that's going to be streamed on the main channel. And any of these other card houses that normally stream on the main channel, then they'll go to the secondary channel, which is this channel. So the Poker Atlas Tour is going to be TCH Austin next month, and then at the end of December, the Trailblazer series will be here. So TCH Live, the main channel, over 50,000 subscribers. Secondary channel that we are trying to build up, Texas Card House, 3 different words. We only have 2,000 subscribers, so as I said, if you can do us a favor and hit that like button. Oh, is T-Rich going with his hand? Huge turn for Big Spoon here. Oh yeah, T-Rich has to set. But this was a huge turn for Big Spoon. And he's going to get there, but not get there. Yes and no. He hits his flush, but T-Rich makes a full house. And T-Rich is about to double up. T-Rich has $187 left in his stack. He should be saying all in here. So Big Spoon thinks that he got there with his flush, but a flush does not beat a full house. And there's T-Rich saying all in. And I know a lot of his friends and families were watching earlier, so I'm sure they'll be happy with this outcome. It looks like Big Diesel added on 1,000 as the dealer will count down T-Rich's chips, and that'll take him to takes him to $385 profit for the night. And we still have an hour and a half to go for tonight's stream. We stream every Wednesday night from 6 to 10. From 6 to 10. These players started playing at 5:55 Texas time, Central time. Then with the 15-minute delay, we started streaming just after 6:10. As a matter of fact, we missed the first hand on the pre-flop action. We had aces get cracked on the very first hand. We did see everything play out post-flop, but pre-flop we missed that action. And then about half an hour into tonight's stream, we did have the camera issues, but we did work through it. And anything that I see, I'm seeing it live with you on the 15-minute delay. So the cameras froze. Obviously, the players in the stream room did not know that the cameras froze, so they kept playing, and we corrected the problem, but it took 15 minutes to do so because of the 15-minute delay. Big Spoon jumping right back in with the Jack 10 suited. Big Diesel with the threes.
I would much rather have been in your shoes. It's the right move there.
He is a big guy as a tall guy. He's over 6 foot.
That was the point of that. If you fold,
Oh, 2 players with the suited Jack 10. The 9-8 is live, and the King Queen is also live. And it's going to come ace high 2 hearts.
King Queen would have known. King Queen would have won. I hit Jack high. King Queen would have won both boards. I don't know. I think it is. I would have much rather been in his shoes. Put it that way. But the only reason I would have done that was because I know the turn could have switched everything.
Big Diesel betting with his straight draw. And now he hits a set. Puts out a small bet there. This heart is probably going to scare off El Gallo. Oh no, El Gallo's going to bluff here. El Gallo representing a flush. Big Diesel's not going anywhere with his set. He makes the call. El Gallo's going to have to put out a pretty big bet here. $201 in the pot. Oh, wow. Big Diesel frustrated as he actually folded before El Gallo put out his bet. So El Gallo was getting ready to bluff him. And Big Diesel folding. Looks like Nick is going to add on. Poker's so great when you are hitting your cards, but when you're not hitting, it can be very frustrating. I'm sure everybody's been at the table where they're either just card dead or they're just always second best. And we have a double straddle. Nick put it on the double straddle. Big Diesel taking it up to 50 with his King Jack offsuit. UB with the suited Jack makes the quick fold. And Big Spoon gonna go with his King. Big Diesel has him dominated. But Big Diesel has been getting very unlucky tonight. This is a small pot, but Big Diesel has to avoid the 9, and now a 6. So Big Diesel will get the win. Like I said, even though it's just a small pot, sometimes just to win a pot, and you can see him, he is pumping his fist. Very small pot, but sometimes you just want to drag a pot at the poker table. So Big Spoon was going to try to spin up his final $50. Was not able to spin it up. So he is going to be rebuying. Looks like 300. Smells like 300. And Big Diesel going to be putting on the double straddle. You can see Big Diesel in for
Rush, table 9.
down 1,500. Nick also down, and Big Spoon also down. Everybody else in the green. El Gallo just bluffing 2 hands ago. That put him in the green. So seat 2, El Nino started us off, and he lost a little. And then seat 4, RGV Striker started us off, and he lost, I believe, 700 or 800. So T-Rich taking it up here with the 8s.
So it's the last two numbers.
I'll take on.
So there is a double straddle,
Okay, I'll leave it. I'll take on.
and T Rich knows that a pocket pair is going to be ahead of a random hand, and he raises it up to try to isolate. He's trying to isolate the straddler here, but El Gallo might be thinking about calling here with his ace jack. El Gallo knows that T Rich is on the tighter side. He does give him respect. And Nick, who is down, looks like he's gonna make the speculative call. Easy for me to say.
I like playing with this guy right here. You've been talking to tonight. Huh? You've been talking to tonight.
So Nick with 2 overcards to the 8s. And T Rich is gonna flop a full house. Should be putting out about 80.
God damn. Oh my god.
So Nick does check. T Rich did bet.
As we tell one of my buddies who's always
And T Rich will take it down.
that's an issue's going bad for him, we can say it's born to lose.
That right there, Will,
That's bad.
every fucking 2 except the heart.
Gotta let it be.
Yeah, too late. Doesn't come on the
You
turn.
know, like you're one of my favorite dealers. Anybody else that's fun if you raise?
So the action tracker not picking up the action there, but it was checked to the flop. Here we go. There's the check. It was checked to the flop to T Rich. And it's actually showing Nick won the hand, but it was T Rich. Under the gun straddle coming from
I did not say that.
Big Diesel.
Now, I've never seen you play poker before.
Small raise coming from UB. $6 straddle makes it 15. It looks like Jason going to be calling on the button. UB not scanning his cards right. He'll get them rescanned, and we'll be able to see what the players have. Anytime there's a little pause in action like this, one of the cards, somebody's cards didn't get scanned properly. It looks like that is cleaned up. UB with the Queen 10 offsuit with the raise. Jason with the suited jack. And we are going 5 ways to a flop. The best hand right now, Big Spoon with the ace. Big Diesel hitting top pair. Jason hitting bottom pair. And Big Spoon hitting a straight draw. He's going to put out a $22 bet. Kind of a small bet in relationship to the pot. Big Diesel feels like he's weak, and Big Diesel also has top pair, so he wants to protect this top pair here. So he is going to raise it. Big Spoon going to call him, looking for a 6 or an 8. That is a gross card. I did say Big Diesel's been running bad tonight, and that is a gross card there. The 6 comes, he knows that his opponent can have a straight. The ace comes, he knows his opponent can have an ace. But the 8 comes, and he's not going to be able to put his opponent on the 8. So any 6 making a straight, and Big Spoon goes all in. And he finally folds the river. So 3 players currently sitting at the table are down. 2 other players who have already left. One of them lost for sure. The other one either lost a little or won a little. No straddle this hand. T Rich will be first to act, making sure his cards got scanned properly. So these are special cards. They have a computer chip in the cards, and you can see the circles in front of the players. That is the RFID reader, and that's how we're able to know what the players have in their hand. So that's why when the dealer pitches the cards, the dealer will try to get the cards to land as close to the circles in front of each player. It looks like a bullseye. Try to get them to land as close to possible there, hoping they scan properly. And every once in a while, they don't scan properly, so the dealer will pause the action and let the players know to rescan their cards. All right, both players with clubs. So these players trying to go clubbing on this Wednesday night. But all the clubs are closed as it comes diamonds. King, 8, 4. 2 diamonds, 1 club. Your pre-flop raiser, Jason, hitting top pair. And he's going to put out a continuation bet that should work. But it is hard to figure out what newbie's thinking about. There we go. So that was actually the battle of the 2 big winners of the night thus far. Jason out in front. We can see the chip counts. He's just going to add to that. He's up over $1,000, and newbie is up over $700. So both those players, the big winners thus far. We still have over an hour to go tonight. Should wrap up the stream probably around 10:10. Started at around 6:10. No straddle this hand, as action is going to be on Ruben. Nuno is not at his seat. He is the big blind. And this is something unique to the stream, where it's basically like a tournament where you are blinded out. Now, this doesn't happen at a normal 1-3 cash game table. You will get a miss blind button, which is pretty much standard procedure. But since this is a stream game, the players are notified. The players are notified that you cannot miss a blind, that you do get blinded out. So Ruben raising under the gun with the king queen, and he is picking up a call from the queen 5 of spades from Big Diesel. Big Diesel does not want to see a queen, and there's the queen. So Ruben going to continue on here, but a lot of times the initial raiser is going to put on the continuation bet. So Big Diesel feeling good about his top pair right now. He does have some backdoor draws. Hey, there we go. That's actually the best card he can see with the exception of the 5. Huge turn for Big Diesel. Turn in a open-ended straight draw to go with a flush draw. He just might raise here, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Not that big of a raise. Ruben betting 40. And Big Diesel making it 125. So Ruben's going to hang around as we go to a river. Big Diesel looking for a spade, an ace, a 6, or a 5. And he's going to get there twice. Hits the ace for the straight and hits the spade for the flush. But Ruben is going to represent the ace here. And Ruben's not getting those chips back. So Big Diesel going all in. And Ruben making the quick fold.
This one made sense.
What was it?
Queen 5 of spades. The 52 paid off.
So as I said earlier, when he won that small pot against the big spoon,
I have a buddy of mine that every time I
that he was really excited, because sometimes you just want to see a pot come your way, and sometimes that builds momentum. So he did win the pot and slowly started to climb himself out of the hole.
Eventually you're gonna make one. Are you from here?
That's why I was like, looking from,
Like you live here?
originally from like south of Dallas, but I just moved to Wisconsin.
And what are you doing here?
Work.
What do you do? healthcare software. You come here often? First time. One and only. How long are you here? Till Friday. Okay. I'd say we can look at one of the golf course. You that good?
So we have the ace 8, excuse me, the ace 6 of hearts. Newbie just calling.
Lowest I ever got was like 1.4.
There you go.
Used to be. Not anymore.
Jason going to be raising it here to 20 with the 10-9. Big Spoon, not at his seat, had the ace king. So we're going 3 ways to the flop. Newbie with the best hand right now.
Hey, El Paso's booming over there. Economically.
And it's going to come queen high, 2 spades. Ruben hitting a pair of 4s. And he's going to put out the donk bet. Hoping nobody has a queen. And it looks like he's correct. And it looks like Ruben's adding on after he lost that big pot to Big Diesel.
Rush, table 9. No.
And yes, it has been confirmed on how much he's buying in for. So Jason in seat 2, joining us from El Paso. And Big Diesel in seat 5, joining us from Wisconsin.
Ruben, you got odd, right? You got odd, right?
Looking good.
You do what again? Financing? Yeah. For what, arena? Because I knew a guy,
So the guy with the Jack 7 gets rid of it. Jason does the same.
and he was in the, he worked for Ford, but he was did all the,
Big Diesel raising it up with the Queen Jack.
He might have moved here now, but I met him.
Let's see if T-Rich puts on the 4 bet.
And I met him in golf.
No, it looks like he's just going to call in
I'm
position.
here 'cause and I'm like with.
Ruben with the suited ace also makes the call. And the initial raiser, Big Spoon, back in his seat, had the Jack 6, the insurrection. Looks like he's going to make the fold. So 3 ways to a flop we go. T-Rich out in front right now with the ace-king. But it's going to come 10 high, 2 hearts. I could very easily see Big Diesel put it on the continuation bet here. He was the initial raiser. He actually 3-bet with this hand. And let's see how he proceeds on the turn here. Both players call in. I don't know. Ruben folded. Ruben folded. There we go. So Ruben folded. Ward Perrin, Big Diesel continuing on here. Let's see if Terry's going to be able to take the heat. No. So Big Diesel firing the second shell. That gets it done.
All right, I need 2 misses.
So the main airport, or the closest airport to the Texas Card House Rio Grande Valley, we're located in Edinburg, Texas. Just like Edinburg, Scotland, but without the H at the end. The county seat of Hidalgo County. So the next city over, McAllen, Texas. Airport probably about 10 minutes from here, to be honest with you.
Dribble out, dribble out.
Oh, no, you're like dribble out. You lost the game.
So airport code MFE,
Dribble out.
direct flights from Dallas on American Airlines,
Dribble out.
direct flights from Houston on United, and direct flights from Austin on Delta. And then, also part of the Rio Grande Valley, is Harlingen, Texas, the next county over in Cameron County, where the largest city of Brownsville is located. South Padre Island also there, and SpaceX. If you keep up with SpaceX, they're going to do another launch on Saturday. That's taking place about an hour away from here. So the airport in Harlingen is known as Valley International Airport, and there are direct flights from Dallas, Austin, and Houston available on Southwest. Of course, the secondary airports in Houston and Dallas be Houston Hobby, direct into Harlingen, Dallas Love, direct into Harlingen, and the main airport in Austin, direct into Harlingen. And the reason why I mentioned the airports, one, we have a lot of players at the table joining us from out of town tonight, but also next month, the Trailblazer Series will be making a stop here in the Rio Grande Valley. The week between Christmas and New Year. Spades coming on the turn. El Gallo with the king of spades. Both Nick and T-Rich with the ace. But it is Big Spoon. Put it on the bluff. T-Rich going to continue on here with his ace with the queen kicker, and El Gallo looking for a spade. Everybody's still live. Board parent giving the check mark to T-Rich. Big Spoon thinking about putting out a big bluff. It's less than $100. You can see there's over $249 in the pot. Less than $100. I do not think this is going to work, but I have seen T-Rich ready twice tonight. He has folded the best hand on the river. It's exactly 100. He still has a player in between to worry about, and that's going to be enough to get him to fold. Did El Gallo just call here with king high? Oh no, El Gallo went all in. Wow. What a play from El Gallo. He had the king of spades, the naked king. A lot of times you'll see that move in Omaha. All right, so we do have a dealer change. So we do have exactly 1 hour left in tonight's stream. Exactly 1 hour left in tonight's stream. And we will remind you about the Trailblazer Series.
Trailblazer SUV, the Trailblazer Points Championship is here. The more you play and the higher you rank in the Trailblazer Poker Tour, the better your chances are. The best tournament player in the Trailblazer Poker Tour drives away with this grand prize. For full details on the Trailblazer Poker Tour and the Points Championship, visit TexasCardHouse.com. Poker Tour $500,000 guaranteed main event is happening at Texas Card House Spring from Tuesday, November 12th through Monday the 18th, $800 buy-in. Satellites for as low as $120. For more information, visit TexasCardHouse.com.
Dirty.
All right, dealer change taken care of.
You might have folded an ace.
We have Ashley back,
No?
and we have exactly 1 hour to go.
An ace, all right? Yeah, it's like, as soon as you fold, I was like,
Ruben raising it up with his ace-6. Only the 15.
fuck, I can't get
Looks like Jason going to be calling with the Dolly Parton, working 9 to 5. Nick just making the call with Blackjack. And that's going to bring along Nuno with the 8-5.
I'll get red. You do red or black?
nah, I don't want to keep track of all that.
What do you want to do?
On the game.
What game is next?
The Lakers are playing.
I'll do whatever.
And flop's going to come
Fucking 10 and
10-10 Jack. Nick with the Jack will be checking.
Hey, if I throw the finger, like on the
And Nick should be betting probably somewhere between 30 and 40 here. Looks like 23.
Four bets, 23.
23, LeBron James. I'm joking. The right answer is Michael Jordan.
We have Ash Cash back. The slow walks on the beach. Not on South Padre Island. And if you can't take her, she will take herself.
So speaking about LeBron James, I'm sure if you keep up with basketball, you know his son Bronny getting drafted to the Lakers, but he has been sent down to the G League. Oh, we have the double straddle here. Big Diesel put it on the double straddle. Ruben making the call with the Queen 10. Newbie calling with the better Queen.
50 piece.
Jason in the small blind. Also has a Queen, but he'll get rid of it.
Well, no, I'm not a Spurs fan. Give him another 2 years. I'm not a Spurs fan, but when he came back this year, he gained a little bit of weight. I think he gained like 20 pounds.
And Nick making the call with the 4 deuce of diamonds. Big Diesel checking his option, and we're going 4 ways to a flop. And it's going to come the case Queen. Jason voted Queen 7. Last Queen shows up.
I don't know about
And Ruben is going to bet here.
freaking. We may be seeing in our life.
Quick fold from newbie.
I think if you were to have
Nick does have bottom pair, but he makes the fold. Big Diesel also makes the fold.
Newbie's a sports guy. Newbie.
Yeah, so I was reading where Bronny is going to play just home games for the G League team, which is a little weird. And it's kind of funny because we actually have a G League team here in the Rio Grande Valley. And not to brag, but you can look this up. It is actually the most successful G League franchise. The most championships won, the Rio Grande Valley Vipers. Rio Grande Valley Vipers. It is the team for the Houston Rockets. It's the G League team for the Houston Rockets, and they do have the most championships won.
There's a lot of parity. Not parity, but parity. In the NBA.
So not only is the G League having future stars, but also future coaches. One of the former coaches of the G League team here, Nick Nurse, who was the coach for the Raptors when they won the championship. And I believe now he's the coach for the 76ers. And then another coach who won a championship down here is now coaching in the NBA, Chris Finch. He's the coach for the Minnesota Timberwolves. So we have Queens versus Jacks here. Big Spoon putting on the 3-bet. None of these players want to see an ace or king on the flop. And there's a king. But Big Spoon's pretty much going with it, and the pot's too big for El Gallo to fold. And El Gallo is going to need help. There's 2 jacks still available. And they're going to run it twice. So El Gallo going to have 4 chances to hit a jack.
I'm gonna hit the jack the first one. That's how I lost.
It's 4 chances to hit the jacks. They're running it twice.
Watch, it's gonna come. Jack of hearts. Jack of hearts. Eight of hearts.
And it looks like Queens is going to scoop the pot.
Wish you had more. I wish you had like a bigger stack, bro. I was easy fold on there. I'm serious. That's the best hand I've had all night.
So somebody in the chat asking about the Cajun Asian.
I'm kind of glad you won that hand, bro.
So the Cajun Asian sometimes deals the stream. He's not dealing tonight. And no, he did not get sent down to the G League. It is his day off. And I know he was playing on the main floor earlier.
I'm just saying, bro. I'm glad you won. I mean, hey.
So Terry T-Rich getting bluffed earlier, but still has some fans in the chat.
Oh, you bluffed me and I was on a Mama Lona. I didn't see it. Yeah. He acts like a brother to you.
You know what they say, bro?
7s for Nuno makes it $20. 4 plus 3 equals 7, but El Gallo's gonna fold.
I'm just prepping you for the second part of the game.
Oh, it's the battle of the pocket pairs. And it's all over cards. Big Diesel check folds. And he will be shown that he made the right fold.
Alright, the Lakers are favored by 4 the first half.
By 4 the first half?
Yes. And they went the other side?
You took the Lakers last time.
Looks like we have a button straddle. Nick put $10 on the button. That is the maximum amount you are allowed on the button. That's the maximum amount. Under the gun, you can straddle up to half your stack.
It's 4, but I'll give 5.5. That's what I just told you. What did you say? I didn't hear you. What did you say?
I said I'll give you 5.5. If I
The minimum is $6
I can't.
under the gun and on the button, but the maximum is $10 on the button.
Bet? For what much? Huh? You're down a quarter.
Newbie with the suited King Jack.
First half.
A Big Spoon with the 9s just makes the call. And Nick, is he just going to make the call or raise? Should be raising. Just makes the call, though. He made a comment. The book says to split these. And we can see Newbie's going to outflop both of them. So Big Spoon betting his 9s. Everybody calling. And we are going to a turn. Newbie still out in front. But he's going to check. And it looks like it's going to go check around. So to the river we go. Newbie winding up with 3 pair. Aces, kings, and jacks. And Big Spoon's going to bluff here. Small bet. A third size bet. Bet in 50 into 154. Making it look like he wants to call. And Newbie looks like he's going to give him a call. So Newbie will show the winner. Looks like newbie's getting a massage. Yeah. Tableside massages available here at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. $1 a minute. $1 a minute. So newbie taking the win. That takes him up to over 1,300.
We're getting the 2040 on?
So if somebody's car is not getting scanned properly, they will rescan it.
Everybody good here, guys? Anybody need anything?
Kings for Big Spoon. Just making the call. Jack high flop. El Gallo was your pre-flop raiser and flops a gut shot. No, it's a double gut shot, right? A 6. Yeah, it's a double gut shot. A 6 makes a straight or a 10 makes a straight. So double gut shot for El Gallo. Big Spoon playing his hand slow pre-flop, now playing it fast. And I believe this is going to be too much for El Gallo to call with a double gut shot, as the all-in is for over $500. Five live outs. Needs a 10 or a 6, but he also needs to call $556. I feel like it's too much for a double gut shot. So El Gallo raised his hand pre-flop, and Big Spoon just called him with the kings to trap. We got about 45 minutes left in the stream, and as a matter of fact, he just checked his watch to see how much longer we have on the stream, and so Big Spoon is already throwing out chips like he's getting ready to rebuy. So look, he's got cash trying to get a call from him.
If I decide to call, can you put that in there also?
So Big Spoon with some mind games here, and look, he's acting like he's going to fold his cards. And he does show the kings.
I call. Dude, you're lucky you went on. What was your hand? Your 5? Huh? No, I don't. What do you mean I lose? I win. No, if you don't go all in, you lose. Right. So no, it's gonna win. Like you lose. Yes, you lose on the bet. You're the best, William. You're the best. Then you know you're the best, William. You're the best. You're the best.
So DJ and Poker asking, what happens if you're getting a massage and you go broke? Well, there is an ATM available.
If you don't go all in.
and
No one can be with you.
credit cards are also accepted.
Short term, maybe.
You're the best of it. You're the best.
So you can see the chips. Those are just for the poker.
I was feeding you the whole way.
As far as the poker chips,
Yes, you would have missed. I would miss.
got some red chips, green chips, white chips.
Yeah, you would have missed.
But none of those chips get raked out of the pot.
You'll see it because we
So a normal quote unquote casino, they're gonna rake out of the pot. They're gonna take money out of the pot. Not here at the Texas Card House.
no ace. I'm all in, of course, obviously.
And that is why you're able to pay your time with a credit card. You're able to pay your time and your membership with a credit card. But at the poker table, all of the chips have to stay on the table. Queen high flop, El Gallo flopping top pair, Big Diesel flopping middle pair, and Ruben flopping a flush draw and a straight draw. You can see there are 2 9s that are folded though, or 2 9s that are in somebody else's hand. Oh, big raise from El Gallo here. Small bet from Ruben. He bet 30 on the flop, and El Gallo taking it up to 125. Let's see how Ruben proceeds. You can see he only has 5 diamonds left. No 9s left. All the 9s have been folded. He just has the 5 diamonds left. Looks like Ruben's gonna lead here. He got raised on the flop, but he's gonna continue here. 250? $250 bet. That gets the attention of El Gallo. And he's going to call. So Ruben going to need to hit a diamond or going to need to put out a pretty big bluff on the river. Kind of want to see him miss to see if he goes all in. Now he hit an 80 at Showdown Valley here, so that might get him to check. It's either a check or an all-in, and it's going to be a check. No reason for El Gallo to bet, as he does have Showdown Valley and is pretty much only getting called if he's beat. This is interesting. He's thinking about betting. Like I said, you're only getting called if you're beat in this situation. Nah, I think he's making it seem like he's gonna bet. Yeah, he does announce check behind.
Yeah.
So I'm a little interested if Ruben would have missed everything. Like if he doesn't hit the 8 on the river. I'm interested if Ruben just would have ripped it on the river. But he did hit the 8. He had some Showdown Valley, so he decided to check. Maybe his opponent was also on a flush draw, but that was not the case.
Oh, one more bullet, Ruben. What were you thinking? One more bullet, what were you going to bet?
No, I mean, I put you on a strong queen. So you weren't going to let go.
So it looks like we have a $10 button straddle from Nuno,
You bet the river. Depending on what you bet.
Yeah, I go all in.
as we are on hand number 70.
Think about the hand again.
I think we're going to get like 82 hands for the stream if I had to
I might call
guess.
him because there was a flicker out there. I would be thinking, why are you going out there for?
So $10 button straddle. Action is on Ruben. He does make the call. Just lost that last hand to El Gallo. Oh, Ruben with the Jack 3. Wants to get back in the action right away. Big Diesel with a $40 raise. He announced 40. It's 2 green chips, which is 50, but he announced 40. Nuno going to be calling with his suit at 9, and Ruben will let his hand go. So Nuno in pretty bad shape here. Does not want to see a 9. Paired board. Big Diesel putting out $60. So Nuno does make the fold. And there's Millhouse. I was talking about his shirt earlier. He's got Millhouse on the back of his shirt. Kind of random and cool at the same time. $10 button straddle once again on the button. This time Ruben. So action does start to the left of the straddle. I do realize some places will treat that as a Mississippi straddle or a Hard Rock straddle or an Ultimate Last Action straddle. Here at the Texas Card House Rio Grande Valley, action always starts to the left of the straddle. So you be raising it first to act out of the small blind with the King 9 of hearts. El Gallo looks like he's going to call with his Natural 9. And Jason, the big winner of the night, playing the 8-4. You can see Nick has him dominated with the Ace-8. Ruben with the King-Queen. Taking it up to 175. So 20, 40, 60. Yeah, it's $20. Yeah, this is a pretty big raise here from Ruben.
William is the best. In case you didn't know, William is the best.
Dude, I'm fucking dead on this bet, Will.
Why? He's number 1. He's like Ramses. You know what I mean? No one beats Ramses. You know what, William?
Yeah, nobody able to call the race from Ruben. So just going to win that with pure aggression. Picks up $80. Looks like we have no straddle this hand. So just normal 1-3 as we have over 30 minutes to go on tonight's stream. Would once again like to thank everybody who joining us tonight. Don't forget about the like button. Huge raise from the Big Spoon here. $100. 1-3-100.
I haven't seen that bet in 20 years. Literally. We can run it for 100 marks if you want. Give me some action. I'll give you some action.
So Big Spoon just open raises to 100. It's showing the raise is 20, but there were 4 green chips out there. This is a $100 raise, and nobody wants a piece of it. Looks like he's only going to win $4.
What you got? It's show what you all in this house. No, really? Queen. Okay. Oh! Hey, you've had queens twice. You know what that's a sign of? You can't determine whether you want to be a he or her.
So Big Spoon wishing he had straddled that hand. that was not the case, and he only won $4 with the pocket kings.
I'm gonna, no matter what I get on this hand, I'm gonna bet 100. No matter what I get, I'm gonna bet 100. Yeah.
So Big Spoon announcing he's in the big blind. He just announced to the table that he's going to bet 100, and you can see he has 100 cut out in his hand. So Big Spoon is telling the table, no matter what he gets his hand, he's betting 100. So Nick is going to actually steal his thunder here and make it 55. Let's see what the Big Spoon does here. He has 100 cut out. And he folds.
Oh!
So Nick shows the 4-5. These players know they have about half an hour left in the street. They're really starting to open up their range. Wanting to win a big pot or wanting to make a big bluff before the stream is over. If I had to guess, I would say these players are going to play after the stream. Normally on our Friday night stream, they play afterwards. Usually on our Wednesday stream, they do not. But based upon this lineup and how the action has been going, I would imagine about at least 5 or 6 of these players are going to stay until after the stream. But we will be streaming till 10:10. El Gallo raising it to $42 with the ace queen of diamonds. Kind of a random number there. 42 en español. Y nadie va a llamar. So nobody calls. And he does show. Don't forget about the 2-for-1 time here at the Texas Card House. You can buy up to $100. Buy up to $100. BOGO, buy one, get one free. 2-for-1 time every Tuesday.
You know what would be cool? You know what would be cool? GD hasn't started yet. Really? It'd be cool to come watch that game when he's here. Maybe LeBron's not playing a game and LeBron comes. I'm not even a LeBron fan.
Maybe he comes down, right?
Yeah. I'm not even a LeBron fan, but I'll go to the game just if he's walking, going and try to get a snack, I'll triple.
Yeah, we can take him. we could take him to con, but I'm not free.
So everybody folding to El Gallo in the hijack. That's what the HJ on the bottom of his name means, right under the 15%. HJ, hijack, CO cutoff, BTN button, SB small blind, BB big blind.
I wanna look at when if the Pelicans are playing. Let's go catch the Pelicans game.
Yeah, I'll give you a call.
Oh, the Kings just making it dirty. Super small raise from Nick. And everybody's going to call. Big Diesel with the ace. That's what Nick is scared of. But he's going to get a pretty good board here. As it's going to be 996. 120 in the pot. Looks like he's going to bet 30. Raised at 30 pre-flop. Bet in 30 on the flop. And I was about to say, Big Diesel has some plans here. I thought he just might call here and then raise on the turn. But he is representing the 9 right away. And Nick is wondering why he only raised to 30 pre-flop. So Nick makes the call. And Big Diesel has a plan I don't know if he's still going to continue with that plan. No, he does not. Does not get a good turn to continue on. Does Nick check again? Almost $300 in the pot. Nick's going to bet here. Quick fold from Big Diesel. So Nick with the small bet on the flop. Big Diesel decided to make a move. Thought the small bet was weakness. Got a really bad turn. I think the hand would have played differently if that was not a 9 on the turn. But once that 9 came on the turn, Big Diesel shut it down. All right, we have the double straddle, under the gun straddle from Nuno. 10, Ruben makes it 20. Newbie first to act, folds the Dolly Parton. Pocket 8s, also known as Snowman, for El Gallo. Looks like he's just going to call the double straddle. Jason next to act with the 2 undercards makes the fold. Big Spoon, suited King Queen. Nuno with the suited ace, the ace 5. Makes the call. And Ruben checks his option as we are going 4 ways to a flop of $84. Surprised I didn't see a 3-bet or a raise from the 8s or the King Queen. But the King Queen with a nice flop here. Ruben doesn't think anybody has a jack, and he's correct. But one player has a pocket pair, the other player has a flush draw. El Gallo still out in front with his 8s. The board double pairing now. And it looks like it's going to go check around. No, Big Spoon going to put out a small bet. So $42 bet for Big Spoon. Oh, Ruben gonna raise here. I like it. Ruben didn't think anybody had a jack on the flop. And he still doesn't think anybody has a jack. And he's just going with his read here. This is 100% playing the player. So Ruben with a pretty advanced play here. At the same time, he's hoping none of these players call. El Gallo thinks that something's up, but with a player left to act behind him, I don't think he's going to be able to proceed. So Ruben didn't think Big Spoon would bet such a small amount with a jack. And he said, well, let me represent the jack. And his flush draw is no longer good if his opponent has a jack or a 3. So Big Spoon will be letting this go. Does Ruben show? Oh, Ruben showed. I like it. I like it.
This donkey over here had the bet guy too. We're gonna let you fucking check raise. And I always said, you know, when he sees 42, he's gonna raise. I almost had an ace. I had ace king. Yeah, nice bet. I don't. I'm telling you, I'm almost coming after him over here. You're scared of me or you're scared of him? Nah, 42 better.
So the small bet, the previous hand, when Nick had the kings, Big Diesel perceived that as weakness, but was not. And now this hand, the small bet on the turn from Big Spoon, Ruben perceived it as weakness, and it was. So both players pretty much making a move Did not work out for Big Diesel, but it did work out for Ruben as he puts on the $10 straddle. Action's going to be on newbie. Newbie lets his hand go. El Gallo, getting bluffed last hand, is going to walk it off. Nick with a min raise. There was a $10 straddle, so he has the ace-5 of clubs. And Big Diesel with the king-9 puts on the 3-bet in position. That's the important part here. He does have the button, so even if he gets called, he's still going to be able to maneuver, being in position. And Nick's going to hit a pair. And it looks like he's going to put out a donk bet, thinking his opponent has something like king, queen, king, jack, and doesn't want his opponent to catch any of those cards. 10 of hearts on the turn. Nick gonna check. Big Diesel gonna put out a big bet. So this is actually why I did not like the lead out on the flop from Nick, because you're building a pot out of position. And when you have an aggressive opponent, he can put pressure on you. And you can see that the pressure has been applied. But Nick, so far, passing the test. So Nick is pretty much going into check call mode here. Well, check, excuse me, he's going to go into check, reevaluate mode. Oh no, little blocker bet there. $500 pot, only $100 bet, a blocker bet, and gets immediately raised here. So Big Diesel figuring out what Nick was up to, putting out the blocker bet, and immediately raised it. It really seems like Big Diesel has a big hand here, but Nick just might pay him off.
I really wish you would have bet 100 right there.
The hearts did miss. Nick doesn't have any hearts.
I'm pretty confident he doesn't.
I do like this play from Big Diesel. I just don't know if it's going to work.
For sure you do. No, I don't. Because I would do check raise 500.
3 1/4, something like that.
Nick is seeing how much he has left in his stack here. He's cutting out the 200. And he's seeing how much he's going to be left with if he makes the call here. Big Diesel saying, please fold, please fold, please fold. What is Nick going to do? He doesn't want to call, but he doesn't want to fold. He still can't figure out what to do, and I don't blame him. Oh, he makes the call, and Big Diesel's not going to be happy. So Big Diesel went for it.
That's Big Mike right there. You little Mike.
But Nick makes the call.
No. Oh, you're Big Mike now, huh? You're Big Meech? Okay. Hey, Big Meech is out of prison, bro. You're Big Meech now. Okay.
I was going to say that pot might take Nick out of the hole, as he is in for 1,500. And it looks like he has more than 1,500 in front of him. So tough call there for Nick, but he does make the call.
Worth the wait, like it's
You know which one I just finished watching? Was the last one? Penguin. On Max. That's really fucking good.
I think I'm on like episode 4.
Okay, it's really fucking good. I just watched it last week.
Oh, you binged it?
No,
So
no,
Nick just making the big call.
Man, so I've been watching with her. That was a fucking episode.
Big Diesel jumping back in the action.
Not in the new one.
He didn't come out of the new one?
Ruben with the ace king,
Well, the
raising it up to 60.
commercials leading up to it, but he's not in there. Well, I know that, but he's not in the new one that just came out.
He could have had his fat really simple.
He's playing like a newbie, bro. Come on.
So we still have a list for this game, which I'm thinking they're going to continue to play after the stream is done. And we are coming up on 10 o'clock, but we are streaming until, I believe, 10:10. So we still have about another 15 minutes to go on tonight's stream. Essentially the 15-minute delay. And yeah, some people in the comments saying it does seem like Big Diesel on tilt here. Oh, we got a big pot. So both players flopping top pair, and Nuno is going with it here. Big Diesel does have a straight draw, needs a 6 or a 7 to take the lead, and it looks like they're just going once. That's not it, and that's not it. So the 10 kicker for Nuno is going to play, and Big Diesel is in disbelief. Really just talking to himself right now, can't figure it out what went wrong.
332. I mean, I'm sorry, 432.
So Ruben actually had the best hand pre-flop with the ace-king, and he did 3-bet, but both players calling him with the 9, and both players hitting the 9. So I was thinking we're going to get to about hand 82, and I think I'm going to take the overs. Probably be 86, 85, 86. Looks like we have a straddle under the gun from El Gallo.
There you go.
And we got a double straddle, Jason. Tonight's big winner, Yason, put it on to $20. Big Spoon with the Jack 6, the Insurrection, will probably make the fold. No, it's suited. He's making the call. So I mentioned this when the stream started. A lot of times when the stream first starts, the players either play a lot looser or a lot tighter than they normally would. And a lot of times when the stream is getting ready to end, you see the same dynamic as players are just trying to either book a win. And you can see Big Diesel going all in here for 146 as Nick's going to be making the call here. Does anybody else have a hand? Doesn't look like anybody else has a hand. So Big Diesel going to have to get lucky here as he's all in for his last $146. Has made some plays that have not worked out. And he's hoping to get lucky.
I got shit. What do you want to do? I was offered twice your call, though. Cheers, wise.
Y'all wanna let the table sweat it out?
Jacks?
All right, so they are going to run it twice.
I'll let you
Yeah,
know.
Dad, let's take. We want to root for 2 pairs, bro. Come on. There's one.
So that's going to go to the jacks. Big Diesel burning one of his 9s. And I think a 6 makes a straight. There's a straight. So Big Diesel going to get half the pot. But I think those chips are going to go all in this next hand. So seat 6, T-Rich, his first time playing on the stream. And they have... he's actually cashed out since we're on the 15-minute delay. But he came to the booth, and first thing he asked me was, how many times did I get bluffed? And obviously he's going to see the stream, so I was like, you got bluffed a lot. But he did remind me he did win. He did win on the stream. Won over 300 on the stream. So I have been told the last hand is going to be hand 85. So we have 6 hands to go. 6 more hands to go. And I predict we're going to see Big Diesel going all in here. Jason with the 10-8 of spades, raising it up to 20. And Big Diesel just calls.
Oh, time? Okay. Is the stream almost over? Okay. I think so.
Yeah, so Big Diesel just makes the call. I'm a little surprised he didn't go all in. Ruben raising it up with the big ace. Getting the massage.
Yeah, I ain't worried. Dude, I'll call my wife right now. Tell her to fucking bring me.
And there goes Big Diesel. I thought he would get it all in the next hand. And he's going to need some help. He does have clubs, but we can see Nuno also has clubs, so 2 of his outs are gone. So he's going to need a 6. Nuno's not going to be able to call here with the 9-7. It is a pretty hand, but not for $173. Actually, it'll be $153. So action is on Nuno. I don't know if he knows. Yeah, I think the dealer's going to tell him right now or remind him that the action is on him because I think in his mind he already folded. There you go. Yep, he didn't know it was on him. So Ruben's going to be making the call.
Thinking about playing a hand with me. You got zoned out.
I think they're going to go twice. Yeah, they are going twice. So Big Diesel going to have 10 chances to hit a 6. Or clubs. 5 of clubs. Oh!
Every out in the world.
And he's going to miss there.
Blew every out I have.
And Jack.
Still needs a 6. Or a 4. And he misses everything. Yeah, so I mentioned earlier that sometimes they play after the stream, sometimes they don't. And I did have another player who was playing on the stream just pop into the booth. So I know seat 6 there, T-Rich, he popped into the booth, so he probably stopped playing at when the stream ended, and seat 9 Yubi just popped into the booth, letting me know he's gonna be a grandpa tomorrow. I also know we do have a waiting list, so maybe these players cashed out and somebody else filled the seats. I don't know if Big Diesel's coming back.
Are you down for another one, or you want to do a mix?
What is it right now? How many are we in? 6?
No.
5?
No.
4?
3?
3?
Yes.
Oh, looks like Big Diesel's back.
What's your name, boss?
Cody?
Yeah, because
I apologize. I said you weren't coming back.
7 and I'm drinking vodka.
I apologize.
Mama didn't raise a quitter.
whiskey. You're beating mine.
20 years?
You are a man of your word. Last time she would say, I'll be right back, and that really means that they're walking out the door.
And it's going to come queen high. 2 players have clubs, 1 player with the ace of clubs. And we might see a pretty big hand here.
You know what?
I've always said the last couple of hands on the stream, they're always crazy, one way or the other. Queen coming on the turn might save Big Spoon some chips. No, he's going to bluff. Ruben's not going anywhere, but if the club misses, Big Spoon's going to bluff. The club misses. Here comes the bluff from Big Spoon.
The real odds are 4.
I just didn't like it because Moran's not there.
The real line was 4.
They don't have a score.
So Big Spoon getting the bluff through.
Purdue, but he's not. Bro, Purdue was such a letdown when he was there. You know how much money I lost on Purdue that year, bro?
The tall dude? With the tall dude? Because they would eke out wins. They would eke out wins.
That other cat, so am I wrong? Did that guy from Purdue go to Duke?
So Jason's still up over 1,000 or right at 1,000. UB also up. Only 2 players in the red, but that's not counting the players that lost earlier. $10 under the gun straddle coming from Nick. And Big Diesel is back with a suited connectors. Queen 8 of spades. Making it 25. Nuno calling him with the 4-5 of diamonds. Big Spoon
Hey, bro.
with an ace.
I mess with everybody. So you're not prepared. I'm just trying to help.
I'm just unbelievable. Like it's
I'm just
unbelievable
like,
how many.
I'm not even.
And is he going to call with this ace? There was a raise. It's $25, so he does make the fold. And Nick calls the extra $15 as we're going to be going 3 ways to a flop. Nick with the suited king actually has the best hand right now. And it's all clubs. Nobody with clubs, with Big Diesel with middle pair puts out $50. And looks like he's going to get the small win. So we have 3 more hands to go. Will we see an all-in and a call before the end of the stream? I would not be surprised. So T-Rich first to act. He's under the gun +1. Under the gun, put it on the straddle. He makes the fold. Nuno also making the fold. Newbie with the raise up to 20. Ace 10, blackjack. Jason's on the button, and looks like he wants to call, and he will call with the 7-4. So both these players with good blackjack hands. The problem is we're playing poker. And Nick making the call out of the big blind.
Finally.
Dude, honestly, I think we've missed them for something. I don't know.
I haven't been paying attention.
You're up 10.
Big Diesel hitting 2 pair. There is 3 clubs on the board. And he's going to bet and take. So, I've always been told it takes diesel engines a while to get going, but once you get them going, they're hard to stop. And it looks like Big Diesel might finally be getting going.
Hey, what are my models? Stay humble and kind.
That's the good news, but the bad news is we only have 2 more hands left on the stream. I do not know if they continue to play after the stream, but I do know 2 of the players that were playing on the stream did come to the booth.
It's just my poker table.
T-Rich coming to the booth, asking me how many times he got bluffed. And Newbie coming to the booth before he left, letting me know he's going to be a grandpa.
Gotta take care of him, bro.
I was not expecting. That's all.
Nick with the ace-jack, making it 35. Big Spoon making the call. Big Diesel making the call. Suited Jack-8. He lost a huge hand with Jack-8 of spades earlier. And we're going 3 ways to a flop. And it is all clubs. Big Spoon with the queen of clubs. So Big Spoon going to be making the call. And looks like Nick is done with the hand. So Big Diesel took a stab at the pot, but Big Spoon called him. And I think Big Diesel is done posturing at the pot. No, he's not. He's representing the ace. But Big Spoon has the queen of clubs, so he has a flush draw now. Jack-10 making a straight. Nobody has a Jack-10, and Big Diesel finally giving up. All right, so last hand of the stream coming your way. Will we see an all-in? Yeah, and as I said, T-Rich was going to be cashing out. Did book a win on the stream. That's always nice.
Anybody know his name?
And
Oh, never mind.
Big Diesel sliding over, trying to get some more room. But since we are still streaming, the dealer let him know that he does have to scan his cards in front with the circle that he has. So he slid over a little more. So this is the last hand of the stream. Just making sure that we have all the chip counts correct. There is a $10 button straddle. Big Diesel making sure his cards did scan properly. He is able to move over. He just has to scan his cards in the same spot. Ace Jack of clubs for newbie just makes the call. Jason makes the call. Big Spoon with the clubs. We can see newbie has better clubs. Just makes the call. And Nick checks his options. So everybody with each other's cards. And it's going to come ace high, so newbie hitting an ace right on the flop. Nobody has anything else. Newbie with a $20 bet. And this, surprisingly, that's going to be the last hand. Let's see the chip counts before we sign out. Let's see if the chip counts flash up here. After the hand, normally the chip counts will flash up so we can see exactly who was up or who was down. Yeah, so they are letting her know that the stream is over, and it doesn't look like, yeah, it doesn't look like the totals are going to pop up. So that'll do it for tonight. We are